University of Edinburgh. It's especially important taking into account that from 1989, our cities, Kyiv and Edinburgh, are twin cities. This is additional reason to have such workshop. But the main reason is not so great, rather sad, the war in Ukraine. And the war is ongoing right now. Ukrainian cities are being destroyed right now. However, we should think and must think and discuss urban regeneration just now, because just now we should start how to prevent post-war issues, post-war, how to combat post-war challenges, and so on, so on. Of course, it's a challenge for all of us to think about future of Ukrainian city. I'm sure it's not possible to solve all issues right now, but I'm sure that this workshop will help all of us to understand, to rethink all processes related to urbicide in Ukraine, to destruction of Ukrainian cities. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to Vice Rector of our university, Professor Ksenia Smirnova, who head of this collaboration between our universities.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor, and I'm really delighted to be hosting on that event. Kostya, you mentioned twinning between our cities, and it's really historical heritage between our cities. But unfortunately, due to the war, from one side, so there are two sides of the coin at the same time, because at the same time, we have a lot in common between our universities, not only between our cities. And I'm really very honored that our twinning program started between our universities. And by the way, now we are celebrating the year of our twinning projects. This is only the beginning. It is only the beginning, and these issues on collaborating only could accelerate our cooperation in different fields. Now we are speaking about the war and post-war, rebuilding, reurbanization, and what are the new paths that we will face. I do hope that our strong bridges between our universities, the University of Edinburgh and Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, could create a really win-win story for both of us, and could really contribute into the system of the whole renovation and rebuilding of the higher education. It could contribute into the practical renovation of cities, to the renovation of urbanisms of our cities. And of course, I do hope that this our workshop is only the beginning. I really want to inspire everybody to share your experience, to share your opinions, and to elaborate common ways out of how to rebuild, how to renovate, keeping in mind one of my dreams that I want to share with you, to organize such events physically in Kyiv, when you can see it personally by your eyes in our beautiful city. It is really very that have a lot of in common with Edinburgh city as well. Keeping in mind this dream, let us work on that our dream. This our workshop is the very strong bridge between our academic societies, between our students, PhD students, professors, academic staff, and all other stuff, and all our facilities of our universities. As I said, I suppose that it is only the beginning. It's really very fruitful beginning. Keeping in mind that we have a lot to do in the upcoming years and in the upcoming decades. We are focusing on the twinning initiative between our universities as one of our strategic priorities, keeping in mind all our historical heritage that we have already. I wish everybody inspiration and very fruitful workshop, fruitful conclusions that really could contribute to our city's modernization and can support within the rebuilding and renovation of our esteemed city. And keep in mind, this is my dream that I really share it with you. I wish you all the best within the workshop and inspiration for the whole participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia, and I hope we will realize all our goals. And about goals for this event, Soledad and Maritina, please, the floor is yours. And
thank you so much, and thank you, Ksenia, for joining us today. So my name is Soledad Garcia Ferrari. I am Dean International for the College of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, which is one of the 3 colleges of the University of Edinburgh, and perhaps the most involved in the twinning project that we have between the 2 universities. So I'm going to share my screen and just share some initial thoughts about this collaboration, but also I would also like to introduce the workshop and the kind of initial questions that we want to explore through this workshop. So as it was explained by Costa and Ksenia, this is part of a kind of ongoing collaboration which will continue to grow. And the way that the universities have thought about this for the future are mostly for allowing transdisciplinary thinking here in relation to the future of research that will contribute to rebuilding Ukraine, but also to continue developing research that will be of relevance for the whole of Europe and beyond. I think we have here a really terrible conflict. But with conflict, we also have an opportunity to think about the future and to consider this dream that was just presented, but also to look into the capacities of our young scholars and students to really engage with these future ideas and future environments that we want to develop. So the collaboration is very much just starting. The universities have set up this framework where we work across these labs for twin research. Is an opportunity, is very much a sort of think tank where we expect contributions from across disciplines from both universities, very much within a dialogue of knowledges, so nobody actually knows more than anybody, and we really want to ensure that the experience from these different disciplines come together. So we have set up these 4 initial twinned research labs: environmental sustainability, geopolitical relations, impacts of war, and understanding languages and cultures. And this is very much mapping the interests that we had across both universities for collaboration. This is going to be also joined by a number of opportunities for joint teaching programs that we're working together to develop. And again, it's the very initial stage of this. So the workshop where we are kind of framing the lab where we're framing this workshop is the one that is called Impacts of War. And we feel this is very much an open think tank which showcases or engages with a number of research initiatives across both universities that deal with different aspects of the impact of war. So there will be many contributions over the next few months to this lab. And of course, we have colleagues in social political science. We have colleagues that are working in science and engineering, looking at environmental issues, looking at decision-making issues, looking at technologies and innovation. But today, we came together to think a little bit about the sort of planning and implementations of strategies that will support the rebuilding of urban and rural areas in Ukraine as the conflict comes to an end. This is very much an exploratory environment, where we want to understand what challenges we need to, we will need to confront. What are the key issues? What are the key themes? What are the frameworks that we have, and how these can support this reconstruction? This is the initial part of the conversation, so we hope you will all work together, and for the end of the week there will be some initial ideas of related to these goals and the kind of the thinking around the reconstruction of the urban and rural areas. And the idea is that we will then start a period of research which will last until September this year, and will be supported by researchers across both universities, and will develop a sort of knowledge base for future research proposals, and also perhaps future publications that will begin to explore these issues and challenges. So what we want to achieve by the end of the week is to have an exchange of ideas, an exchange of knowledge as well, so experiences and perspectives in the context of the academic research that you as students are working with, and as group of academics are engaging with, and look into what are the characteristics of this urban context that we have in the kind of crisis and post-crisis scenarios, and look into the complexities of issues, processes, actors, stakeholders, decision-making mechanisms that will shape up urban settings as we move forward. So we need to look into what sort of cities we want to reconstruct. I think the Second World War had a huge influence in Europe in the reconstruction of cities across the continent. And I believe that perhaps some of these maybe challenges that we're confronting in the reconstruction of cities in Ukraine can help us setting the framework for a sort of new European urban context as we move forward. So the objectives for the workshop very much are to reflect on the sort of priorities across a number of themes, and we divided this into housing and habitat, public space. You had to select some priorities themes for your own interest, but we feel that this is mainly an excuse to structure conversations and to set up ideas around a number of aspects in the kind of reconstruction of cities and rural areas. And these themes are not just to consider the physical conditions, but also the socioeconomic conditions and the sort of political conditions that will drive change. Then we want to identify what sort of processes we have in place and we need to develop to enable urban change. So do we have formal and informal actors that will need to be part of the decision making? What are the possible pathways for implementation of sort of strategic actions and potentially solutions? How can we think about these in a sort of scenario planning in short term and long term? And then what are the drivers for a post-crisis urban development and regeneration, and how these could be influential of those broader European and sort of global challenges? So these are the sort of goals that we want students and academics involved to engage with. And we hope to share a number of resources today and tomorrow, which will then be available to continue our collaboration and our research together over the next few months. So just to give you a little kind of more background in relation to these themes, we look into housing and habitat in terms of the relationships that are experienced between the sort of social and institutional levels, but mainly between the environment and the built fabric in a way. The theme of infrastructure and well-being, the relationships between public space, infrastructure, the management and the perceptions of social institutional levels, and the sort of environmental conditions that are going to be part of these spaces in the making of a sort of social well-being and green infrastructure that is very much accessible and open. The issues around cultural heritage and a cultural context, and how this is framed by values that are tangible and intangible. What are the sort of institutional perspectives that will need to be supporting the development of these frameworks, and also the sort of intangible grassroots interventions that we need. Well, there's a number of issues related to these themes that we can come back into more detail as we move forward into different groups. But I will pass now to Maritina to give you a few initial thoughts about the context in which we're working in relation to the challenges of a post-war conflict and the issues around reconstruction.
Thank you, Sole. As Sole mentioned already, this is, and Kostya and Xenia, this is like a very important workshop where it comes to start a discussion that has been left behind a little bit around post-war and post-conflict reconstruction and regeneration, especially in the UK and Northern European context, because this is a part of the literature, academic literature, that has not produced much since the World War II. And therefore, there are a lot of opportunities for future research. However, in the meantime, there has been other literature that has been studying countries of the Arab and African and Southeast Asian region, as well as Latin American countries, and closer to Europe, let's say, was countries of the Balkan region that have been affected by conflict the past couple of decades, academic research that has looked at this post-war and post-conflict reconstruction have identified as initial challenges that we should be taking into consideration the fracture and fragile political conditions that exist in these countries, the socioeconomic complexities that those produce, and of course the human rights issues that rise out of war and conflict. The next one, please. So in order to even start addressing those challenges, some initial considerations for the in this concept are that need to be taken, need to pay attention to, are the demographic changes that happen during a conflict or a war situation, where you have people, refugees leaving the country of conflict, or even internally displaced population that moves from in different cities within the country. And therefore there is a loss of population on one side, but there is also another part, another type of population coming in the cities. And a part of the demographic changes also has to do with the age groups that may remain in the city, which are usually older people, whereas younger people migrate, and we have the phenomenon of brain drain in those instances. And then we also, in this post-war and post-conflict reconstruction process, there is this thread of loss of built heritage that have been affected or has been destroyed. And therefore there is this need to preserve as much as possible. And there is also this threat during the cleaning, let's say, process of the city from the debris. And of course, as part of this combined outcome of the demographic changes and the loss of heritage is the loss of social and spatial cohesion in the cities. Next one, please, Solen. So, since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine, the government almost immediately announced their intention to secure the restoration of the cities by forming funds that will focus mostly on the economic development and the restoration of the infrastructure and destroyed property in the country after the war is over. Another thing that has been another phenomenon that has been happening in Ukraine during this war is the phenomenon of herbicide, where Kostya will explain more later in his presentation. Well, there is this big scale and multiplicity of direct and indirect disruption. So based on these initial challenges that we have and this early information coming from the Ukrainian cities, next one, please. We can then start considering different questions during the workshop. These questions will be part of the activity, but also in the we would like to bring them out here so you can start thinking about them while you're listening to the presentations from our speakers. And this involves asking what are the key considerations surrounding reconstruction and regeneration in Ukrainian cities in the context of growing European and global challenges. What are the key challenges that will need to be confronted during and after the war in the reconstruction of urban space in Ukrainian cities? How can the existing planning framework support a reconstruction that is based on widening participation in decision-making around the cities? And finally, what are the key socio-demographic challenges that are shaping relationships and social roles now, and how this will influence future decision-making? We will put these questions on the chat. We will copy them in the chat so you can have them available while you are listening to the presentations that we have prepared for you today. And then you can work on them further during the student forum tomorrow. And if we can go to the last slide, just to take a look of the workshop schedule. So we have a series of speakers, as we said today, just to get you started thinking around different approaches and different aspects, also in different contexts around either post-war or post-crisis or post-conflict regeneration, and who can be involved during these processes. And as you will be exposed to that information, you can, and thinking of these questions, you can, hopefully you will be inspired and you will have enough for you to work tomorrow during our student forum. The forum will take place again online, and based on your participation today, we will keep like an attendance record to see who has signed up today, and based on that we will split you into groups and you will be assigned, we will give you more details later, but you will be assigned a case study city to work, And then this will be the outcomes of your work will be presented on Friday morning, and we can have a roundtable discussion on your findings on the Friday afternoon. So this is the basics of the workshop, I guess, for now. And I guess we can move on to our first speaker, Kostya, who will introduce us to this phenomenon of herbicide that is taking place in Ukraine. So Kostya, would you like to share your screen?
Yeah, I will share my screen.
Okay. And of course, in the meantime, if you have any questions, after every speaker, there's going to be a little bit of time for questions. You can raise your hands, use the Q&A box if you want, or write a question in the chat, and we'll make sure to address it.
So thank you very much, Maritina, and let's start our session for lectures, but brief lectures. Some of our participants are experiencing herbicide right now, but others maybe just partly integrated into these issues or not so familiar with this problem. Therefore, I'll try to combine different points, different visions on herbicide and urban regeneration in Ukraine. And I would like to start with this picture. I'm involved in the project on Ukrainian fault-line cities, mostly in the southeastern part of Ukraine. And here is a picture from the city of Kramatorsk, now frontline city. We organized a doctoral school, summer school in the city with this picture, with this great public spaces that was reconstructed after temporary occupation of city in 2014. But right now, this picture from February 2023 of the same city, such picture change our vision about city. What's happened? One side to read messages or news from different media, but other side to be in the city, to experience this herbicide. Therefore, now I would like to discuss about two sides. One side about scientific look or research look on this issue. Other side, how dwellers feeling this issue from their own. My presentation will be discuss firstly about direct herbicides and indirect herbicide, about including mass displacement as a sign of indirect herbicide, and then about post-war urban regeneration and framework of urban regeneration, and some examples of memorialization of the Ukrainian cities. Firstly, herbicide in Ukraine. There are a lot of different concepts and forms of herbicide in the literature from 90s or even 80s till now. One side about murder of the city, about herbicide, architecture, and so on. Another side about domicide, identicide. One more vision about place annihilation, ruralization, about different approach, different considerations, different concepts of herbicide. But all of them has the main aspect, killing the city, deliberate killing the city. Is Ukrainian case something new or just recreation of previous side well-covered cases and well-covered issues? As for me, it's not about something something recreated from previous size. Why? First of all, because it's the largest ongoing war in the 21st century. This is not just copying of previous urbicides, but something new, planned and immediately and outrageously implemented project. We can talk about different phases, multiplicity of direct urbicides, the radical destruction, for example, of city of Mariupol and Popasna, the one-ton massacre in Bucha and Izium, the everyday destruction of Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. It's really different intervened phases of urbicide. And additionally, non-military destruction of the occupied city as an indirect urbicide, and related with it mass internal displacement and refuge from Ukrainian cities. If you look on this map, this map will show urbicide, shelling, fighting, street fighting, bombing of Ukrainian city during the first 100 days. You can see it's really a red map of Ukrainian. Next days is more and more red this map. But what we can see, just in first 100 days, it was about 147 cities, a third of all Ukrainian cities that were directly or deliberately destroyed. 27 cities were destroyed by shelling, bombing, and street fighting every 10 days. And 7 cities at least every 4th day. And 4 cities at least every 2nd day. For example, last night also was 2 cities destroyed by Russian shelling. What are the main reasons of such dramatic situation, of such brutal destruction of Ukrainian city? If you look on the literature, we can consider different explanations. The simplest one is military necessary actions as collateral damage. As for me, it doesn't matter for this case of Ukrainian cities. Another explanation about identicide and so-called cultural cannibalism aimed at symbolic building that are important for Ukrainian identity. Yeah, it's partly explanation because, for example, drama theater in Mariupol or university in Kharkiv, it's really symbolic buildings and many monuments devoted to anti-terrorist operations in Ukraine. It's true, but so many hospitals, schools, everyday public spaces, houses that destroyed in Ukrainian city, it's not about just about identity. It's something wider. Very interesting explanation about metaphoric interpretation, which understands that destruction is a sign of the concepts that in the war, as Martin Coward mentioned. In our case, we can discuss here some myths about divided Ukraine and failed state idea or propaganda by Russian media and Russian politicians, about Russian world, Ruski Mir, that was also as explanation of this, we will save Russians from Ukrainian occupation and so on. But as for me, it's not explanation because many famous scholars confirm that it's not about this myth, it's rather something else. Another explanation, targeting otherness. If you look, for example, to compare two maps of share of people who speak Ukrainians at home and what cities was destroyed, it's no relation between these two pictures. It's not about some killing of some people. It's about all Ukrainians. Doesn't matter which language, which religion you believe, and so on. And one more explanation about destruction of heterogeneity, which is the essence of urbanity. Yeah, it's explanation because all of our cities are heterogeneous, and destroying the city and trying to bring to our cities Russian world values like red flags or monument to Lenin, and as we see at occupied cities, it's explanation, but not as the main explanation as for me. The main explanation is a targeted actual development of cities, growing civic consciousness, public activism, If we compare Ukrainian cities under occupation, and that was deliberated after temporary occupation, and to compare situation with the city, it's really two different cases. One on the growing way, others on the decaying way. And this is a true explanation why this city, for example, city of Kramatorsk, is growing with nice public spaces, as one of our respondents say, oh, it was first cranes from 90s in our city. It's really something changed now. But other side, decay, ineffective management, and so on, so on, so on. In this case, we can think about this situation. And another additional explanation of change in the cities, so-called change on far from Russian city, from Soviet nostalgia to true Ukrainian cities. For example, case from city of Kramatorsk. It was a very popular chain store in the city, Arbat, that directly devoted to city of Moscow, because Arbat famous street from Soviet time, from now times, from Moscow. But now it was renamed. It means that some markers, some signs of Russian and Soviet nostalgia disappeared from the city. And this kind, some way of to punish the city, why they grow in such way. Maybe this is the main explanation. Next side, other side is about indirect urbicide of Ukrainian city. Also from first 100 days of the active phase of the war, because it was started in 2014, but in February 2022, it was full-on stage of the war. And you can see many Ukrainian cities staying at the occupation. What happened there? What is the case? First, let's look on Abu Jidi research that was devoted to indirect oversight. He proposed to think about two sides of indirect oversight, by construction and by control. By construction of temporary housing, for example, refugee or IDP camps in other that directly oversight cities, or construction new other placeless, sometimes placeless building instead of symbolic or typical in destroyed cities. And by control, when different kinds of city divisions, their internal separation, weakening, binding, installation of numerous checkpoints and loss of the access to certain parts of the city as a sign of urbicide, indirect urbicide by control. In case of Ukrainian city, yeah, after 2014, it was urbanized some first IDP camps, and now the full-on stage, much more IDP camps. But it's not about really urbicide. Why? Because first of all, this centralized places for temporary accommodation of IDPs is about not so large number, because, for example, the highest number of IDPs who live in such centers, just around 1% in the city of Dnipro. In other cities, for example, in Kramatorsk, before 2022, it was about just 0.5% and lower in other cities. It means that it's not really island in cities with conflicts with neighboring neighborhoods. And of course, most of them on the outskirts of the city, on the periphery. But last IDP camps, like in city of Lviv, was organized in the new way. What I mean, it was without border, like, for example, in Kharkiv or Dnipro. And dwellers of this IDP camp and neighboring district in direct contact with the same public spaces, with the same cafes, with the same places of encounter. Therefore, it's not about conflicts, rather about communication. And in this case, it's not about indirect urbicide. But in case of occupied city, it's true. It's about indirect urbicide. Our conducted interview with returnees to Kramatorsk and residents who stayed during the occupation in 2014, conducted in June 2021, and just 1 week before a full stage of the war started in February 2022, show us such indirect herbicide signs. First of all, our respondents talk about residents' outflow because there are no prospects there. Mostly remained retirees who had nowhere to go, or because of the dangers, fears, and uncertainty when people are afraid to go out into the street. So completely empty city with deserted street. The second signs of herbicide, planned or unconscious destruction of the city's infrastructure, neglected buildings, and so on. At the same time, simulation of development. The city is killed, everything is closed, everything is in the terrible state. The third sign is about fragmentation of the urban space as a result of the installation of so-called all these checkpoints on which there were incomprehensible personalities of incomprehensible appearance. Another one, ineffectiveness of city management due to unprofessionalism or awareness of temporality, lack of effect or legal norms, when here I am the law and each city is controlled by its own gang. And finally, the lack of a strategy and a real project for city developments. For example, as one of our interviewees states that Donetsk and Lugansk are suitcase without a handle. And another side of indirect herbicide is the issue of IDPs, mass internal displacement, and of course, if refugee issues as well. In 2014-15, a war, or as it was named at the time, armed conflict, affects over 10 million people in general. But official statistics on IDP talk about figures around 1.1, 1.5 million. Now it's about 7+ million of IDPs and the same number of refugees. It means that it's really essential change of our cities. Our in-depth interview with IDPs and experts in the Kharkiv, Dnipro, Kramatorsk, Slovyansk, Mariupol cities, conducted in November 2020 and till February 2022, shows such main results. Intention mostly don't return to the city. And also important question about city and about home, where they want to go back. Mostly they talk about we are ready to go back home, but not to the city, because city in herbicide. We have identified 4 main narratives concerning this non-return intention. First is about non-return because they don't see prospects for change. To return there from what you left from, there are those who don't want to change anything. The second narrative is about no intention to return to the city due to the feeling of danger or rejection. We are considered as traitors. We have no defend our land. You can be afraid of the partisan struggle of collaborators. Instead of the third vision is about no intention to go back to the city because it's really impossible. First of all, I would like to go back to my home, but not to the city. If I can take my home to my new city, it's absolutely okay. And first one about, yeah, I'm ready to go back, but only to restore justice, to restore legality. I would return there only with a punitive aim, or who will restore the order with a strong arm. So mostly we can talk about searching for new homes in the new cities. And the third part of my presentation is about post-urban regeneration and some question of memorialization of the war in our cities. If we look on the official legislative framework in Ukraine that was changed in the last years, first of all, the main important step was in April 2022, was installed new government body, National Council for Recovery from the Consequences of War, organized by presidential decree. And the main goal of this National Council was to elaborate Ukrainian recovery plan. The draft of this plan was presented in Lugano conference, and it includes three main stages. In 2022, it was about war economy and institution, all for the victory. The second stage, till 2025, recovery, relaunch of the economy and institutions, and stage 3, till 2032, structural modernization and complete integration into the EU. Therefore, all main steps for recovering of Ukrainian city under this three stage. First stage, immediate measures, the second stage of recovery, and the third stage about modernization. And in this draft Ukrainian recovery plan was 24 working groups. One of them I was involved in construction, urban planning, modernization of cities and regions, and was proposed different ways how to first of all, how to bring people back to our cities. The second way, how to rebuild infrastructure, how to bring back jobs for them. Because one side to attract people, another side to give them possibilities and quality of life in that cities. And I hope we will discuss during this workshop tomorrow and after tomorrow on this issue as well. The second important step from October 2022 is a decree of Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine on comprehensive recovery programs on the two levels. One level, regions, so-called oblast, in Ukraine, comprehensive recovery programs for regions, and another level about territorial communities and their parts. It was officially named comprehensive recovery programs for territory of the territorial communities. Such name, but it's really a reality that realized now in most suffered Ukrainian cities. And the additional step is about so-called Ministry for Restoration. In December 2022, it was split of joining of two different ministries, Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine and Ministry of Infrastructure. Two new ministry, Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development. So-called Ministry for Restoration that is responsible for main steps, main measures, how to deal with urbicide and destruction of Ukrainian cities. And additional, also important ministry from April 2016, it was temporarily changed, but restored in March 2022, Ministry for Reintegration of the Temporary Occupied Territories is important in terms of IDPs issues and indirect urbicide. And just one slide about memorialization of them. One side, recovery, another side, to think about how war will impact in more longer perspective, more long-term perspective, how to memorialize, what we should do with these destroyed areas, to preserve, to memorialize, to demolish, or how to do. And just some lessons. First lesson, don't separate urban space and urban residence. The main formula should be repopulation plus reconstruction. Destroy damaged urban space plus traumatized local residents and IDPs. The second lesson, to prevent corruption. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a matter. Alliances of global capital with local elites, hidden politics of memory by the military aggressor, as also some examples from different cities after in post-war period, for example, in former Yugoslavia from 90s, in case of Bosnia and Herzegovina cities. The third one, to use creative potential to produce new approaches, like, for example, in Rotterdam in the post-Second World War period, when first pedestrian streets, shopping streets was new idea. Maybe our cities also can propose something new, not just copy of other cities. And question of memorialization of the urbicide consequences. How and who will interpret the war and the consequences of urbicide in the city to memorialize? To break away, as for me, it's very important from traditional memorials. No need to create new standardized monuments like the unknown soldier. Rather, counter monuments, anti-memorials, abstract memorials. There are many different new visions of memorialization of them, and to prevent excessive touristification of the urbicide consequences. Preservation of the memory of the trauma, because, for example, now in the city of Borodyanka, we can see a long line of tourists that make pictures of destroyed houses. But for people who miss their homes, who have no relatives, who has no relatives, it's really because they killed by direct bombing. It's really a question. The main lesson is to restore the city as a home for the dwellers who have changed. We should think about now we are rather than was before 2022. And some examples of memorials in city of Kramatorsk, monument to the people's hero of Ukraine, a football player who was killed in city of Donetsk, or this landing combat vehicle as a monument in the old city. In Kramatorsk, we will discuss it a bit later at the presentation of case areas. And for example, also idea about, as it was in Sarajevo roses, signs of shelling and bombing of our cities, and the same Wallflowers initiative in Kramatorsk, Kyiv, so-called initiative, and temporary installation within the framework of the project deconstruction of monument in Sarajevo, the same temporary installation in city of Kramatorsk with missile that was in the city center in 2015. And muralization of the war in different cities. We can see different murals and graffitis devoted to the war. For example, Mariupol defense in the city of Lviv, eastern city, western city, and also Banksy effect. Banksy who lived some his graffiti in Ukrainian cities. Also, one side touristification, other side question of trauma. So, some conclusions. In general, urbicide in Ukraine is not just another story in a long list of well-covered destroyed cities. It targets the actual development, growing civic consciousness, and public activities as punishment, as we discussed with Martin Covert on this issue. Occupied cities are indirectly urbicided with population outflow, planned or unconscious destruction of the infrastructure, fragmentation of the urban space, and ineffectiveness of city management. And opposite orientation of the development of occupied and neighboring liberated cities, causing the brutality of the deliberate destruction of more successful city when disinformation doesn't work. And prospects to overcome the consequences of urbicide are related to the search for effective post-war recovery strategies, and I'm sure we will discuss it, for both destroyed directly urbicide and temporarily occupied indirectly urbicide cities. The city can expect of course, for window of opportunity, new investments, and flagship project, but at the same time, we will have to solve the issue of difficult heritage and numerous places of pain and unfortunately shame, and prevent non-military new build urbicide after military one as well. And the study of urbicide should go hand in hand with the study of peace, the post-urbicide city. Let's think right now about post-urbicide cities. And my last slide from the city of Lviv, but with the murals devoted to Kramatorsk, so-called relation of all Ukrainian city to combat challenges of this war. Thank you very much for your attention and patience. And if you have questions, I'm open for discussion.
Thank you, Costa. That's so interesting. I'm just a bit worried about the timing, but maybe we can take one or two questions now, and then we can move to the next presentation. Anyone has any questions or? So, yeah, so one of the things that occurred to me with your presentation was the sort of territorial approach of a possible future. So are we actually thinking in terms of territory, or is it more the objectives of reconstruction, political objectives of reconstruction tend to be connected to economic and social integration in a way, but not so much connecting that with the territory? And there is where I feel these ideas that you're presenting are really important to drive future intervention in a way. So I don't know if you think there will be a territorial approach in the context that we have now in Ukraine, or the understanding of the territory becomes secondary on the kind of line of priorities, the political thinking around reconstruction.
Thank you very much for this really important question, the question of territory and territorial approach. Of course, now there are many discussions on different levels about different approach and vision of reconstruction. First of all, should we talk about infrastructure, about economy, about new jobs and business moving back to cities, or about people, about IDPs issue, about refugees, how to bring back from abroad, especially, and question about gender disproportion after war, because many female people now abroad, and it's also change structure of our cities, or question about territory. As for me, every approach important, but we geographers, of course, prefer to talk about, first of all, about a territory, and as for me, place matters. For example, when we in this working group, we discuss about different strategies for cities. For example, it was many representatives from Western regions, and they say, yeah, it's great. Businesses come to our cities, and our cities growing, and it's about future for our cities, future about opportunity, about chance for our city to change economic structure and so on. And the mayor of Kharkiv state, please stop this discussion. Let's think about territory of our city. What will happen with our city, and what will be here? Should we leave our city without businesses and so on? From one side, it's about economy, but for another side, about reconstruction of city, for example, of Kharkiv. And first of all, as for me, they do in the right way, thinking about territory, how to deal with different parts of the city, how to deal with different territorial relations and so on. And I believe it's maybe not the first, but among the first top 3 priorities for city reconstruction and development, future development, post-war development.
Thank you, Kostya. And I think there's a lot of connections there with some of the things that are happening in a post-conflict environment, such as in Colombia, in Medellin, where there is a number, I will talk about this later, but there is a number of temporary settlements for ex-combats and for displaced people. And these temporary settlements are beginning to be part of the thinking of the new territory that is emerging after the conflict. So how we connect the sort of policy for territorial management with the integration of people in a post-conflict environment is part of the question, I think, as well. So let's just move to Ruxandra, because I think, Ruxandra, I know you're tight for time, and we will have time to continue discussing. I think it's really interesting, but thank you so much for joining us, Ruxandra, today. So Ruxandra is a lecturer in urban conservation and heritage, so and runs the program that we have at the university, the MSc on urban conservation. So please go ahead, Ruxandra. Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, thank you, Soledad, and hello, everyone. I hope it will be a bit, you know, I hope the heritage perspective, you'll find it
Ruxandra, I don't know if you can hear us, but you.
I can hear you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, that's great. Now I lost you. I don't see you anymore, but maybe you can still see me, I hope.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to give a little bit of the background of the kind of heritage involvement in post-war reconstruction, and it's a bit wider. The question is post-trauma reconstruction, but obviously in your workshop you'll be particularly interested in the post-war perspective. So first of all, I want to start with let me see if my painting of slides works. Yes. With the fact that through many studies that have started already at the turn of the century, between 19th and 20th centuries, scholars have been looking at the construction of the notion of heritage as something that is intrinsically linked to identity. To people's identity, to communities' identity, and obviously national identity as well. Some of these scholars are Alois Riegel, Gustavo Giovannoni, Camilo Boito, and George Gottfried de Hayo. They were all involved in the establishment of the first principles for conservation of cultural heritage, for recognition and conservation of cultural heritage, and also in the establishment later on of the first Charter of Athens for the protection of cultural heritage. And this is the basis really of the conservation profession, if you want. And I want to pick up the principles that Alois Riegel has developed, because I think they are really relevant in our issues of post-war reconstruction. And it's this idea that the link between heritage and identity is actually facilitated by an understanding of memory, the way in which memory works in establishing identity and keeping identity. And Alois Riegel was the first one to theorize and recognize that beyond the monuments, the historic monuments that were built intentionally as historic monuments, usually if you think about statues and, for example, the column of Trajan in Trajan's Forum in Rome on the left. These are objects, these are artifacts, these are structures that are built with this specific purpose of memorializing a person, their deeds at the moment in the history of a certain people. But he realizes at the beginning of the 20th century that we are actually building the identity of communities on more than that, on much more than that, and the notion of heritage is much more discrete. So he coins the idea of unintentional monuments as well, which are things, objects, or structures that acquire meaning and acquire value, although they were not intended to be memorial objects or structures. And if you think about medieval manuscripts, for example, they are written on first of all, they represent music, which is something that is a practice that doesn't have a kind of tangible type of heritage. It's intangible. And also they were written on parchment, and the materials that were used for them were not materials that were meant to last in the same way in which you used, for example, the best of stone for memorial. But because they survived, the ones that have survived, they acquire value, and that is the first kind of and most easily recognized type of value for heritage, which is age value. And likewise, if you think about, for example, tenements in Edinburgh Old Town, again, they were built with the idea that they are, durable residences, durable spaces for people to live in, but they are not meant in any way to kind of transcend necessarily generations in the same way in which the best material could be used for ecclesiastic buildings, for example, across Europe historically. But again, because they have survived, they start acquiring this age value. So this was one of the first kind of values that were recognized, and the idea that we can have intentional but also unintentional monuments. And from there, from the beginning of the 20th century, all through the 20th century, we have a development of these ideas and the types of values, and an analysis, increased analysis of the kind of values that count for communities. The moment of the destruction of the world wars and the crisis of national identities caused by these destructions have resulted in a kind of desperate attempt to revive genius loci by selective reproduction of historical settings which were destroyed during these bombardments. So this notion of heritage value extends then to a lot of structures and elements of the urban fabric beyond the previously recognized landmarks that usually were listed buildings, for example, or important statues and monuments. So this in a way really puts the basis of the what we call today the urban conservation approach in planning. And we can see here in this example from Arras in France, which was reconstructed after the bombing by the German artillery in the First World War, and it was reconstructed in the 1930s, where the town hall and 17th century buildings around the square have been restored in an archaeological manner. So that is like for like. It was a full reconstruction. And the fact that their state was the result of a war catastrophe, and also because there was still enough original fabric surviving, meant that this choice of intervention was justified from a conservation ethics point of view. And we have to remember that also in terms of conservation theory, we have a development of theories, and reconstruction is usually one of the approaches that are considered very delicate and only justified in very kind of special situations. A few years later, after the reconstruction of Arras, between the debarkation in May 1940 and the liberation in 1944, a lot of towns in northern France suffered destructions, this was seen by the actors involved in reconstruction, politicians, developers, and architects, as an occasion to rethink the city. We have to understand that this is happening in a framework of also development in terms of architecture and urbanism theory, and because the state was able to sponsor wholesale erasing of the ancient heritage, it was possible to have substantial rebuilding by means of tabula rasa. Tabula rasa means when you demolish the remains of the ruins of the destructed historic center and start basically from scratch with new concept, new architecture and urbanism. Moving on from the First World War to the Second World War, we also see the rise of cultural heritage targeted aggression in the form of the so-called Baedeker Blitz. It's called Baedeker because of this series, very popular at the time, series of tourist guides for European countries. And you can see the Blitz, the series of bombardment was called Baedeker Blitz because it systematically targeted English historic towns in response to the bombing of the Hanseatic League town of Lübeck by the Allies. Ironically, the Blitz was called after this tourist guide, which was by the German publisher Verlag Karl Baedeker, which were used to choose the target. So it was clear that cultural identity was indeed the aim of both sides. The attacker wants to destroy cultural identity of the cultural identity of the victim, and we can see a reaction where the victim, the countries where this kind of bombing has happened, are in a hurry to reconstruct in order to cope with the distress of this sudden loss. And this has happened in different ways. But first of all, because of this situation in the Second World War, we have the establishment of the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict. And you can see on this slide the sign that you may have seen around Europe on different buildings, this sign with blue and white. And also the countries that are signatories of the convention. Having said that, as we know, this being signatories of the convention doesn't necessarily stop countries aggressively targeting cultural heritage. But with this convention, which was adopted under the auspices of UNESCO, the United Nations Organization for Education and Culture, this is the first and the most comprehensive multilateral treaty, which was dedicated exclusively to the protection of cultural heritage in times of peace, as well as during an armed conflict. So it aims to protect cultural property such as monuments of architecture, art or history, archaeological sites, works of art, manuscripts, books, and other objects of artistic, historical, or archaeological interest, as well as scientific collections, regardless of their ownership. So it's meant as a sort of blanket protection for this possible targets in times of war, and the sign, this sign is meant to be put on is meant to be seen visibly on buildings so that the buildings are spared destruction in such a situation. After the Second World War, I mentioned that we had a number of attempt also to tabula rasa reconstructions. Here an example from the bomb center of Coventry. Alison and Peter Smithson, those of you who have an architectural background, you'll remember they are part of Team 10, the one that rebelled from the CIAM, Le Corbusier's CIAM, Congrès International d'Architecture Moderne, and they are proposing an intervention of housing around the ruins of the cathedral. Again, starting from a tabula rasa approach, the background of the historic picture is merely there as a kind of topographic anchoring, rather than attempting any sort of response to the site. And I think this is the kind of main issue in discussing reconstruction, assessing to what extent what is there in ruins and what was lost has important value for the survival and of the identity of the communities, and what can be addressed in a obviously contemporary manner. So I think this kind of understanding of the limits, beyond which reconstruction can, or before which reconstruction becomes useful for the identity of communities which are looking for their continuing livelihood in this distracted areas. The consequence of the 1954 convention and also of this tabula rasa approach to reconstruction that happened in many places, we have this reaction from countries in Europe first of all in Italy and then in France, and then it spreads to other European countries. We have new guidelines legislation that were introduced. And in Italy, the Associazione Nazionale per i Centri Storico-Artistici, which was created in 1960, established the so-called Gubbio Charter, which recommended an integrated approach to historic centers, as well as the formulation of financial measures for this implementation, while retaining the original community. And this is very important for those of you who are familiar with urban conservation. The conservation plan for Bologna was the first test of these principles. In 1962 in France, we have the so-called Loi Malraux, because it was proposed by André Malraux, who was Minister of Culture at the time, not an architect or urbanist, but very instrumental in the establishment of urban conservation as an approach. And with this law, he amended the legislation for the protection and cultural heritage, or the historical and cultural heritage of France. And it aimed to facilitate building restoration as a response to both the post-war reality of French towns and to this reconstruction tabula rasa trend. And what is very important to take away from this is also that Loi Malraux, like the Charter of Gubbio, but with greater power being a law, has been both a heritage protection law, but also an urbanism law. And it promoted an urban theory that considered that urban dynamics should be based on the existing town. And it opposed in this way the tabula rasa approach of demolition and reconstruction of historic centers with administrative and financial tools that will allow instead their conservation. Moving forward, we see only in 1975 with the European Heritage Year, the spread of this kind of legislation in other countries. In UK, we have the Town and Country Planning Act from 1967 that created conservation areas, for example, and so on. So this is something that moves on around the member states of the European Union. And then we have in 1944, I'm giving you a few examples of this kind of reconstruction, and to think a bit about the background to the choices that were made. This is on the screen, the historic center of Warsaw after bombardments. There were bombardments in 1944 that deliberately obliterated as punishment for obliterated the historic center as punishment for the Polish resistance to the German occupation. And this was the culmination of years of wartime destruction and resulted in 90% of the urban fabric being erased. Its rebuilding after the war was as once again capital of Poland, was done in a conservation paradigm heavily influenced by the agenda of the new political power. Selected buildings tend to be replicas of their pre-1939 originals, but most buildings have been in fact reconstructed to what they were or might have been in different historical periods. So this resulted in an old town as a whole being reconstructed in an architectural form that never existed in the past. 18th century paintings, which capture the zeitgeist of Warsaw heyday, have been used as sources for the reconstruction, despite the fact that extensive surveys of the actual fabric pre-war existed. So the original fabric was further cleared to allow for remodeling of interiors of buildings, for example, as well. So by reconstructing, these ruined structures, this was in conflict at the time with every principle of restoration that was recognized by conservation theory and ethics. Yet they were complying with a documented will of the community by restoring the image of that which has been forcibly removed from the map and the history of the Polish people. This endeavor to reconstruct Warsaw's historical center was led by the scale of the trauma suffered by its community. So the tangible form taken by the reconstruction was in fact a compromise of historical evidence and conservation principles with political interest. In this way, we can see the rebuilding of the old town of Warsaw as an act of urban conservation in the larger sense, and not an attempt at archaeological reproduction, as we've seen earlier on with Arad. You can see in this image the aerial views before the destruction, after the bombardment, and then the reconstruction. So the majority of the urban structure has been preserved, and even in the case of Stare Miasto, for example, which is the main square, you can see again pictures from before. After the destruction, and this is the inauguration, the completion ceremony, already in 1953. So the Polish state moved very fast with the reconstruction of this area, again as an act of reinforcing the people's trust and in their identity and the way of healing the trauma. So I think this is very, very much not a simple reconstruction, restoration, conservation act, but something that addresses the reconstruction of the community and of a people. So it has a national dimension. You can see the situation today. Yes.
Give you like a 5-minute
yes.
notice. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. So much so, this reconstruction was important that in 1980, the historic center of Warsaw, the reconstruction, was inscribed as a World Heritage Site. So for being an outstanding example of a near total reconstruction of a span of history covering the period from the 13th to the 20th century. And the criteria that was used for this nomination as World Heritage was the criterion 2, which is based on the initiation of comprehensive conservation activities on the scale of the entire historic city as a unique European experience, and contributing to the verification of conservation doctrines and practices. And criterion 6, which was based on the fact that the Historic Center of Warsaw is an exceptional example of the comprehensive reconstruction of a city that had been deliberately and totally destroyed. So this was a very specific case. But moving on to another example, which is in Germany, in Dresden, we have a situation there where, again, we have destruction during the war, but that is followed by a very, very long period of 50 years when the site was only cleared by rubble, but left empty and not reconstructed until 2005, when we have the replica of the Frauenkirche, which was built between 1992 and 2005, which is a complete replica of the building. You can see the black stones. Those are stones that were found in the rubble, but the rest is really a new building and used using the surveys and the documentation that existed. While the surrounding urban fabric, which is this Baroque kind of architecture, is actually replicated. If you look closely, we are dealing with kind of a use of volumetry, of typologies of windows and some elements that are derived from Baroque, but they are actually simplified as modern replications of Baroque buildings, and obviously the building
Okay.
behind and so on are completely bombardment. The reconstruction is actually building was to build a Baroque feeling instead of reconstruction of the modern building that was there. So interesting choices from the point of view of how reconstructing is done. And finally, I wanted to bring a more recent example of the old bridge area and the city of Mostar in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which was inscribed as a World Heritage Site as well in 2005. For the same reason, because the reconstructed old bridge and the old city of Mostar are a symbol of reconciliation, international cooperation, and coexistence of diverse cultural, ethnic, and religious communities. So the reconstruction is what was considered valuable as heritage, reconstruction as heritage as well. Under criterion 6, again, because the old city of Mostar represents the symbolic power and exceptional universal symbol of coexistence of communities. And thank you very much. That was a bit of a marathon, but I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. I think it's really important to have this perspective over the last 100 years, because that's what is guiding, in a way, the thinking around, in terms of, at least in terms of decision making and policy, the thinking around heritage and reconstruction. And this is what we were talking at the beginning, you know, how the possibilities or the opportunities that looking at Ukraine can bring us in a European and in a global context, about what we need to do with our cities to rethink space, place, connections, inclusion, integration. So what are the tools that we need to develop in these contexts that you just presented in a way? So I think it's really fascinating. I don't know if anyone has a kind of quick question, Kosten.
Thank you very much, Roxandra, for as for me, fascinating presentation and your focus on this triangle of identity, heritage, and memory. It's really very, very interesting perspective. And the question of tabula rasa reconstruction. Yeah, if area was demolished, essentially we should think. But of course, different visions. For example, in case of Dresden, we had discussion with city dwellers, and they criticized this project of replica around Frauenkirche. Especially because of some contradiction between this replica and Soviet socialist time buildings that resort in the same area. But my question about another story, about story of infilled new landmarks for cities after under reconstruction period. For example, city of Kharkiv, the second large city in Ukraine. It has some, how to say, some landmarks, famous places. For example, famous fountain, and it was decision by mayor to construct a new huge cathedral just behind of this fountain. As for me, it's destroyed the identity of this place, of this public space. It's really contradictory. And now they invited Norman Foster company to look on the city for new master plan. And the first principle of Norman Foster, he said, it will be new landmark for Kharkiv. And I'm afraid what will be the next new landmark at the same place or another? And my question, what do you think? A question about decision making. Who should decide and how decide about these new landmarks after reconstruction? To make some replicas, to feel something new? Is it a question about, for example, prominent architect, about mayor office, about really, as case of Kharkiv, quite heterogeneous community, and how to prevent new conflicts after war of such landmarks or replicas that will be renovated, landmarks for city? Thanks.
Thank you, Konstantin. This is a really delicate question, I have to say, and especially for the political, contemporary political framework that we have at the moment in former communist countries, where the interplay between the state government, which should be a lay government, and church is really blurred, and we know about a number of other decisions that go against the interest of the community even. But I think first of all, ideally, this decision should be made in discussion and in dialogue between all the different, what we call stakeholders. I'm not very keen on this term, but meaning all the different parties interested in this, which is government, communities, architects and specialists from architecture and heritage as well, because they can help the communities as well to access information that may not have been available easily, that would guide them towards better decisions. And what is very important is also to understand that such interventions at such a delicate moment carry a lot of risk. I'm thinking about Norman Foster, for example, new landmark for the city, because maybe it would have been fine as a proposal in times of peace in a kind of in a city that was simply going on with the course of its development, but at a time when a lot is lost as well, it's very tricky, and it's very important to see what's the interplay between saving and reinstating landmarks that are mean for the community. That this is my place, this is the genius loci of my place, this is my home, and things that are helping. Obviously, a new landmark can help with the pride of the street of a community as well, and looking forward. So I think whilst the intention is probably valid, it's very important how it's played out in the context of distraction and in the context of alienation of communities, where communities are I imagine, like at this stage, are probably, if you think about the pyramid of of need, you know, they need help to be able to address cultural concerns from specialists, and certainly from the government as well. But yeah, that's not always the case. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I don't know if that really answers to your question, but maybe there's time for
it's really
another
very
discussion
complicated
later
question.
on.
Yeah, sure.
I think that there are questions that we might not be able to answer just now, but we will continue thinking about them, particularly with the following presentations. And Sukanya will be next in a minute. But Alexei, you had a point. I just leave you to say.
Yeah. Thank you, Sol. Thank you, Ruxandra, for your beautiful and interesting presentation. And just maybe not a question, but a comment. So when I saw your example of Frauenkirche in Dresden, I remembered another example from a neighboring German city of Leipzig. They had a church on in the university campus, which was destroyed during the Second World War, but they chose another option. They didn't rebuild it, but make some kind of a new building resembling that church, but not exact copy, not exact replica. So new materials, new architectural approaches. So this is a kind of memorial and place memory for that church. So two different approaches. And when I was in Leipzig and in Dresden, I heard that people in Leipzig said that Leipzig is not Dresden, thanks to God. So two different approaches. And but this decision also was controversial. There were people who condemned it and demanded that the initial original church should have been restored. So just a comment in line with the previous question by Konstantin. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Maybe I should add that I think the main motivation behind the rebuilding of the Baroque district around Frauenkirche in Dresden, I think it was economic, because the footprint and the volumetries that were allowed with that reconstruction were fully taken advantage of in terms of square meter of offices and the buildings that were built there. The kind of curious choice is really the decision to use an aesthetic that is a Baroque one.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and in Leipzig, university community was very influential in taking that decision as well. So the same question: who should be involved and participate in? Taking.
And how I think. But thank you so much. I think it's very interesting, and this is the kind of conversation really that we wanted to encourage with this workshop. So I really appreciate your contributions. I know, Ruxandra, you have to go, but we'll keep in touch, and this is the beginning.
Thank you, and yeah, I hope to join you maybe on the last day for presentations if I manage.
Perfect.
Good luck with your work on the workshop.
Thank you so much. So the next speaker is Sukanya Krishnamurthy, and she is an urban geographer here at the university in the School of Geosciences, and she works with thinking how cities can use their resources and values for sustainable development. But more recently, if I'm correct, Sukanya, you were looking at children inclusive environments and kind of thinking urban place in relation to experiences that come from children in a way. So I leave you the floor, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for this invitation, Martina. And so it's lovely to meet everybody. It's a pity we can't do this in person, but thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I think I go in the polar opposite of where you guys have been going. So this is really on community. It's community-based work. It's thinking with communities, thinking with place, and thinking with communities and place in mind. So that's where I'm going to place you. So it's very much not the heritage conversation that you've been hearing so far. So what I'd like to start today is to kind of walk you through a story. The story that I'm going to tell you for a little bit is the story of Sonia, Isha, and Mrs. Kumar. So there are 3 people. They live in this slum in Pune, which is in India. And this is in very close to Mumbai. So we're talking Western India, which is where a lot of my work is located as well. And this slum has been around since the 90s. It's kind of at the periphery of the city, but the city has grown around it because of the way the city has grown. So what we're going to look at and try and think about is again, how they get from this place A, which is says you are here, to the playground, which is quite far away. So what I'm inviting you to do with me is to come on this journey for a couple of minutes, and then I'll walk you through what it means to work with communities and what does knowledge look like. So this question of what is inclusive, what does participation look like? How do we initiate all of that is questions that we'll be looking at. So this is where they live. They live in a 1-bedroom, in a 1-room, all-encompassive space. So this is, we're going to follow them as they go through this path. This is Sonia, and Isha is Sonia's friend, and they're going down to the playground. So they're saying, where are we going? We're going down to the park. And they, what I want you to observe is where they're located, the environment that surrounds them, the affordances that the environment is giving them, and how are they navigating all the barriers that exist in this particular environment. So interestingly, to get to the park, which is again a good 40 minutes away when you're walking with the 4-year-old. So they're walking through what is a playground, or what is actually not a playground, but is a site of development, but hasn't been developed yet. So it's a shortcut to reach this particular space. But again, it has rained. There's absolutely no way to get there. So the mom at some point, this little kid, if you do know them, they sometimes love getting dirty, or it's the exact opposite. And this kid is the exact opposite, did not like getting dirt on her feet. So her mom had to picks her up. We're going to go through this really busy road, navigate this road, navigate the traffic. Somehow end up under the flyover, which is this bit all the way on the top here, and then get to the park. So, this is not the entrance, so walk around it. They finally get to the park. Now, this whole thing has taken us, let's say 45 minutes, this journey from locking the door to kind of walking through traffic and getting to the park. And this space in the middle was quite an adventure for this little girl. She's super thrilled to have got to a space where, she can be a child again, where she lives out her life. So getting to a park is part of her adventure. As you can see, the mom's super happy as well. However, the path they took to the park is not the same path they take back to the park, take back to their house. And that's because of, various barriers that exist on the way back. So when there is light, they go through the shortcut that is this open ground. And when they come back, however, in the evening when it gets darker, because of dogs and absence of street lights and other aspects, leads them to take a much more longer route to come back. So this is the conversation these 2 girls are having, and they're talking about when will they come back? It's something that they're going to do again, maybe next week. So now the path back is a lot harder. Again, it's more traffic, more things coming on the way. And there's people that are telling the kids to get off the road, because again, as you can see, the road is something that is shared by multiple mobilities. And there's multiple lived experiences happening in this one particular space. So they're slowly they're following each other, they're walking. And again, it was great to do this, and now they finally get back home. And this was just one trip. This is one trip of taking one family into a play space. Now, getting around is not as easy. I mean, the environment is not affording itself to ease of movement, the access to play spaces. So why is this important, right? Like, why is it important for you? Why is it important for people like us who study children and young people in cities? So before we kind of go into the why bit, I want to introduce you to some big concepts, because again, these are concepts that kind of straddle between geography and childhood studies and knowledge from the global south, which is where I do most of my work. Now, what you've been hearing and what you heard from the first presentation as well is our relationship with space and place is something that really defines us. It is something that is intrinsic to how we experience and think about a certain place as well. So it's really, there's intrinsic relationships between people and places. Now, it's very similar for children and young people as well. And the way children and young people are exposed to place and the way they engage with place has a direct relation to their emotional, physical, and social well-being and development that comes about it. Now, children and young people, the interesting thing with children and young people is that they occupy a very contradicting space where they don't have the agency to do everything by themselves. They're completely dependent on other people, but there are hindrances to that as well, because their parents are determined by certain hindrances in their lives. That could be race, that could be religion, its ability, its gender, its class. There's a whole range of aspects. And in India and in other places, including Edinburgh, all of these factors shape how and where we expose, what we get exposed to. And the way that children experience the city or any place they live in overlaps with how the adult experiences the city. So the adult takes them everywhere by a car, then that's what they're going to experience. If they go everywhere by walking, then that's what they experience first. So that overlap is where my interest lies. And how do we navigate? How do we make sure that space is something that is shared, something that is a far more inclusive in nature than it currently is anyway. So where does planning and young people come from? And this history of where planning and young people come from, it's very long. I only have 20 minutes. I'm going to keep it very, very short. So the way where this idea generated from is this idea, especially in the global north, so I'm talking about the Western world, is that the moment you had a child, the idea was that you left the city and you went into suburbs to kind of give everybody open spaces, place to play, safe environments, etc., etc. This effect of moving out. However, in the global south, what happens is people don't leave. You live and play and work and grow in the place where your family is. You don't necessarily move out of the city. This thing about families as being consumers of environments, as somebody who has equal right to be there. And it's not just for an individual that place is made for. It's kind of the roots of where the inclusive and equal environments rhetoric comes from almost. This effect has led to a whole range of, it has various tentacles, and we look at a couple of those tentacles. And one of those tentacles is to understand what are childhoods, like who's a child, and how does you being a child or a young person affect what happens in where you live, and what agency do you have in that place where you live. Like for the longest time, at least I come from India, and for the longest time we were always told you listen to your adults. There is no negotiation with the adult in the house. So they set the rules, you follow the rules. However, that conceptualization has changed, and that change is a good thing, and that change is being reflected in different ways, and we're going to look at that a little bit. So not looking at as children as adults, but looking at children and young people as adults in the making. So we want them to understand these concepts early on, that they have a right to space, they have an agency, they have equal opportunity to be and occupy a certain place, is something that has come out from the 1990s. So what has not come out from the 1990s was this understanding that we all lived life in a very particular way, and that way was defined by the North. This kind of understanding of who is a child, and the relationship that the child and the elders have in a family, all of that criticisms and positive things came from the North too. However, knowledge from the South meant, especially in the last, I would say 10 years, meant that this has been questioned, that the way I grew up and the way the room grew up in this virtual room is very, very different. Each of us had individual experiences, each of us had individual agency, and we didn't have one beautiful childhood. And nor did Isha or Sonia or any of those girls. So their childhood was very different from mine. So this understanding of moving away from universality is what is important when you're thinking about planning and thinking about creating more inclusive spaces. Is not everybody accesses space the same way. Not everybody accesses rights the same way. And this kind of underpinning of the knowledge that not everything developed in the North works so well in the South. So how does that knowledge that is developed, how do we use it? How do we learn from it? But then create our own knowledge, and moving away from this idea of hierarchy, that there is this golden way of doing something and everybody else is just following that. So those are the kinds of critiques that are coming out in the field of this intersection of planning and geography and children and young people. Like, what does it mean when different age groups of different nationalities come together? What does it mean for a place? Why wouldn't, you know, a Copenhagen model work somewhere in Pune? It just wouldn't. It would fail miserably. And it's been tried. I mean, this idea of, you know, Foster coming up and doing things is what happened in the 90s in India too. And it just is this model of trying to do everything anew is not something that really works very well. So how do we learn from what is there? And what does it mean for knowledge? By knowledge, I mean knowledge about people, knowledge about place, knowledge that exists in situ. What does it mean? And what does it mean for somebody who doesn't live in the global north? What does it mean for knowledge that comes from the south? So this is very exciting. This is where the exciting bit of this of what I think of my work comes from, is this understanding of moving away from normative practices, moving away from a one-size-fits-all model. Not something that works in Edinburgh isn't going to work in the Netherlands, isn't going to work in Copenhagen. It definitely isn't going to work in Kampala or you know, Mumbai or Bangalore or Rio. So how do you understand that? How do you understand how the local and the global are bounded up? And what does it mean to respect diversities and differences in societies? How do we learn from the material inequalities that exist in every place? And how do we understand that young people and children have very different expectations of the future than you or I ever did? So how do you respect that? How do you move beyond the binaries that we've kind of created for ourselves? Is where kind of what geography is grappling with today. So what does it mean when you want to engage with young people in cities? And what does it mean about engaging with this diverse group of people in you know, whether in a room or a place or somewhere else? Okay, what it means is that it takes very, very many forms. And I think that's where the crux of what you guys can take from the presentation lies. It means there is singing and dancing. It means there are games. It means there is a group that sits down and talks about things. It means we have a circle of performers where we lie down and talk about, you know, what does the future hold for young people in cities. So I'm going to go through a couple of examples to walk you guys through what engagement with young people looks like, and what do we get out of this engagement? What does it mean when a young person wants to create space for themselves? And what does it mean for a really elderly person who wants to create for themselves? This could be the grandmother or aunt or uncle or somebody else, right? So planning in the south, I'm going to talk about this purely from the lens of looking at it from resource deficient but capacity rich places. So what does it mean to be resource deficient but capacity rich? What does it mean when you have lots of communities are engaged and truly deeply interested in the rights of young people, in the rights of children? And how do you connect the material, the social and the political conditions that are necessary to fulfill those rights? And then how do you include marginalized knowledge within planning and in geography? And what does somebody like me do within this space? So walking you guys through some examples, I'm going to walk you through some examples, drawing from the example that we started in the beginning and going further. This is one of the projects that I did a couple of years ago. We worked across multiple slums in India, across 4 different informal settlements, where we worked with caregivers of very young children, so under the age of 3, to try and understand how they make space for themselves. What does it mean? What does play look like? What does children's play rights look like in cities? And how do they make space for it? So what you very quickly understand, or what we very quickly understood, is that it was not about creating one space for a child or one space for a young person, but it was about creating more inclusive environments. That they played at the temple, they played in the garden, they played on the road, they played at the home, they played, you know, outside their house, lots of people played on the street. And so it didn't mean that creating one park would necessarily solve this issue of, you know, giving young people space. But it's about recognizing that young people and children require space, require identities that need to be acknowledged for and built into planning, built into geography. And how do we come about doing that? And we do that in different ways. And I'll walk you through, you know, some of the ways we have done that. One of those ways that we have looked at is to look at what kind of affordances, by affordances, I mean the kind of strengths an environment has. What does an environment lend to you? Now, this is what I mean by resource deficient, but capacity rich. This is a community that is completely hell-bent on improving itself because it knows that the local municipality is not going to, particularly give them funds. They have, the only park that they have is all the way up in the top corner of the screen. But though research within the community has shown that not everybody necessarily accesses the park because of different deficiencies that exist within this location. So how do you recognize that and what do you do? So what they've done is created like the community looks after itself. And how does it do that? It does that by making sure when there are kids playing on the road, there are people looking out for each other. It makes sure by taking, that play is not something that is defined by something that happens within a finite space, but it's something that can potentially happen everywhere. The other way that we do it, or that I've been doing it, is by co-producing work with children and young people. And that's a different form, that where one, you work with like the adults in the community to recognize what their affordances are, whether it's social affordances because the community supports itself, the spatial affordances which they don't have but have made for themselves in terms of how they navigate their environment. And the second way is to look at how can young people co-produce work. And one of the projects that recently concluded was to look at young people's futures and futures accesses both to work and space in India and in a city in India and in Mumbai and in Brazil. So through this work, what we were able to do is to try and build capacity, build knowledge within the young people who participated in the project, to try and work with them and identify various kind of impediments that young people face in cities today. And in Brazil, and the commonalities between the two places are the issues around gender, the issues around race, the issues around, nobody takes them seriously enough to kind of acknowledge what they do. Like what happens to their futures? What happens to the futures of the space they inhabit? So what we ended up doing was, the group in Brazil came up with this amazing manifesto that they've been working with the municipality locally there, voted in a member from the youth council into government to make sure that there are youth voices within government being heard. So policy changes happen at where they need to happen, and voices of young people are heard at that level. Similarly in Mumbai, they've been, quite amazing with what they do, and they use songs and art and music as a way to share knowledge. Not all knowledge is written, not all knowledge is written in this fashion, as you see in the presentation, but a lot of knowledge that is shared within these communities is verbal, is through theater and dance. So they came up with like music and ways to kind of encourage the community to think about what does it mean to be a young person in this community, and what does it mean, what are those barriers and how can they overcome it? How can, something like you being in India, one of the large issues is being of a certain caste and of a certain religion. What does it mean, and how does that, prevent you from accessing basic services or lack of inclusive services? So what happens when a young person takes this to government or to policy? We did a whole bunch of things with them. We did social media campaigns and street plays and TikTok and blogs and, city council hearings, to formulating policy. Like for anybody to understand what it means to shape policy, you first have to know how policy gets done. So how can we do that? How can we make sure that people, young people especially, know what their rights are? They do have rights. A lot of it are just unspoken rights. It's just this uncommunicated rights. So how do you make sure this is visioned? How do you make sure this is something that is being told? So we almost had like capacity building workshops where we taught them, what does a policy cycle look like? Where can you intervene? What does intervention look like? It doesn't mean that everything you say is going to happen. That is very naive in understanding, but it does mean you have a say. The question is, you need to be there to have a say. So how can you be there? From all of this, I feel like I've like compressed like years of work into like 20 minutes here. And what did we learn from all of this? What we learned is to kind of redefine the nature of planning, redefine the nature of planning for children and young people in cities or in urban areas or in any area, right? It's not about looking at them as just another person who needs to access space, but as somebody who's eventually going to learn and to need to participate in how to access those spaces, to understand what their right is, to make sure that right is then carried forward. So some of these learnings are that, not everything, some things remain universal, right? Everybody wants more safe spaces, everybody wants more green, everybody wants more healthy environments. Now, this is something that remains universal in some forms. But there are other things that are very contextual in terms of how does race and gender and religion impact that access to safe spaces. There's levels of difference there. How do you understand that? What does it mean to be living in high density areas? What does it mean to have a large family? Families in different places are not just a mother, a father, and a child, but could be mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, grandmothers, different sets of grandmothers, grandaunts, everybody living together communally. What does it mean to go outside your house, where your house is a safe space? What does it mean to go outside of that house? How far can you go outside that house very safely? What kind of systems, of caring systems, do people have? What does agency look like? And how do we support that agency? And some of those are those tools that we have developed to do it. What we've been able to do over the last couple of years with different partners in different parts of the world is to build an agenda, to showcase the importance of working with local partners. How do we share communications with local governing bodies? How do you speak a language that is not this language? Like, how do we speak a language that is not policy, that is not planning, but that is every day? Not everybody, if I go into a room, nobody's going to understand what inclusive planning means. Like, what does that, how do you break that apart? How do you look at incremental planning processes to make sure we're building towards something that is larger? And what does that larger vision look like? And how does trust look like? Working to the path towards inclusive planning is paved with these things. It's paved with building trust. It's building trust, building honesty, building transparency, recognizing that local practices are as important as what we bring to the table. Now, how do you kind of acknowledge that there is, that I come from, very safe university setting, right? Like, how do you acknowledge this unevenness of production of knowledge? There is that hierarchy that exists, and how do you navigate that hierarchy? So these are some of those things. There's different resources. I can talk about this for a very long time. I'm not going to do that. But I think there's a lot to think about when you think about rebuilding, when you think about reappropriation of certain spaces, and what does space for young people look like? Why aren't they an active member of these decision-making spaces? How do we enable that, and what can we do for it? I'm now going to stop and just say thank you. I'm going to try to keep it to time, because I know lunch is important and breaks are important.
Perfect, Sukanya, and I think it's great to have the different perspectives. So I'm much more familiar with the work that you presented. Our work is in similar locations, but in Latin America, and it's all about this dialogue of knowledges. So it started with the co-production of solutions and strategies, and that is very, very difficult to achieve. But yes, we need new tools and new instruments. And we need ways of thinking. So Costa, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sukanya, for your thought-provoking presentation. It's really very important focuses on plurality of childhoods, and at the same time vision of different approach of global south and global north knowledge production. And for our workshop, it's just remark, it's not question. For our workshop, it's a very important both sides of this presentation. Chance to think about children, about young people, because they decided they will live in the city or don't live, will not live in the city. And future of our cities, most of all, depends on their decisions. On the other side, our post-socialist heritage in urban planning, it's very important. It's another way of thinking, because, for example, on our workshop, we discussed with different architects on urban planning, participatory urban planning, and chief architect of one post-Soviet city, said, community don't know what is the right way for our city. Just we experts know the best way. And if we ask him about the children vision, he will be
He'd probably
just
laugh you
like,
out.
"What?" Therefore, thank you very much. And I hope tomorrow and after tomorrow we will continue discussion on this issue. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and that's what some of the problems are, is because we've always thought of people not having capabilities, right? Whether it's a young person or whether it's the community, and you coming in as an expert has that capability. But we fail to realize the community has a lot of expertise. Like they're the ones who get to live there and work and have children or not have children. So I think it's such a multi-layered question you're bringing up. So I think it's good to keep it in mind that very quickly people get dismissed. And what does it mean when you get dismissed, right? Like, and your voice is just not part of that rethinking of what space can look like.
Yeah, and essentially to give children and the young people agency.
Yeah, absolutely.
A very important question. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We will continue at the end. I want to contain myself to make comments here because I have my presentation later. Maritina.
No, just a little comment on top of all that, just because we're talking about post-war, post-conflict, and another might be from a socio-psychological perspective, there might be issues in the communities that you are looking at that might be similar in terms of trauma, in terms of forced displacement, and all of these things, and how important maybe these participatory processes can be to heal as a healing process as well when engaging in the in the construction of this of the urban space by children, for children and their families and their extended environment. Just this little thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little thing. Yeah. All right. I don't know. We have a couple of students that have raised hands. Would you like to unmute yourself and Olga, maybe?
Yes, my name is Olga. Hello, everyone. My question is about low mobility groups. Look, in our country, in the past, the Soviet authorities almost completely excluded the presence of low mobility groups, and the issue of inclusivity was raised only a few years ago. And my question is, what should we do with our existing areas? It's about reconstruction, or how should it better be? Like, it must be embodied through the work of the country and the community, or it's better when it's like a reform in the country? Thank you.
I think all of us can answer that question. I'm going to start though. Thank you. Well, lovely to meet you. I think that the communities that I do a lot of work with do not have access to too much. So I think it's a little bit with what Martina was also talking about in terms of that them being heard itself is in some ways a move in the right direction, right? Like they feel seen. And I think that's what these processes can entail. So there is no one solution. I wish I had it. I think I'd have waved the magic wand and sorted all our lives, very differently to what it is today. But I think it's important to be seen, and there are tools that one can use to be seen. And I think as university students, what you have on your side is the power of exposure, right? Like, I mean, if there is no repercussion and this, I'm going to say, and no risk to yourselves and other people, and if there's protections in some form, which is in some ways the position I am in, which gives me this liberty to take this knowledge and show it to everybody else. Be like, look, this is happening in a lot of places. Displacement, trying to build a home and trying to build a space is something that happens in different countries, in different levels. And what do we learn from it? So I think it is in my job, I truly think it is just about exposure, because and my positionality is that one of luxury in many forms, right? I get to go in, work with them, and I've been working with them for a very long time, which is how I get access to it. So if you have access to them and you can talk about them with them to other people, I think that's a start.
Thank you. And Timothy?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Sukanya, for interesting and interactive presentation. Just a bit of reflection. When I see a map, so the children walk 40 or somehow minutes away from their house into the nearest playground, the first question we as urban planners should ask ourselves: why even a playground for children is placed under a highway, next to a highway, a big road? It's dangerous. So this is a big issue, and in the scope of our workshop, I think the students should be agree that the big question is that many families, many women and children are now displaced from Ukraine, and the main issue is to make the conditions to bring them back to our cities, to our towns, communities, and so on, so on, so on. One more thing I should say about Ukraine. Recent years, there is such a thing that is in many of our local councils in cities and towns, such thing as a council of youth. In such a local council. And when we take part in such projects as concepts for development, for rebuilding of communities, of cities, I should say that the representatives of such councils of youth are the most active participants in, for example, strategic sessions, and they really take part in such projects as volunteers. So I think this is a really good basic.
Absolutely. That's a really good point. Timothy, I'm sorry if I pronounce it completely wrong. You could love to butcher my name. Butcher my name too. So what we did was worked with these youth councils, but I think the challenge, even if they're very active, which they are in both India and in Brazil, is how seriously they're taken. And the question is, sometimes when there's a university backing it up, there's a certain level of legitimacy added to it further. And so that way, I think we're still very traditional in our approach, right? We're still very much in like, adults know better, like an expert knows better. The question is, how do you change that? And what can we do to change it? So thank you for bringing it up. I am very glad to hear there are youth councils in Kyiv too.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. So I think we should have a little break, maybe 20 minutes. So come back in like 40 minutes past. I think it will be 12 and 2, isn't it? So we can come back and we have the 3 final presentations and the introduction of tomorrow's work, or the case studies for tomorrow's work. Is that okay? Yeah?
Yes, and you don't need to, for the students, you don't need to sign out. We'll just mute our microphones and close our cameras. So we'll be still online. I'll be back. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
In a bit. Oh, just give me a moment because I have so many presentations open. All right. All right, can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Excellent.
All right, so I'm Maritina. I'm a tutor and a PhD candidate at the University of Edinburgh at the School of Architecture. I'm also tutoring at the Masters of Urban Strategies and Design. So today, I'm not going to present you like a very thorough research as the other ones. I'm just going to, just because we have all these this kind of key challenges and considerations to take to pay attention to. I just wanted also to present my work that I did for the dissertation when I was a student at the Urban Strategies and Design program. It's addressing the issue of housing for asylum seekers in the case of Athens in Greece, and the actions that took place during the time that is called the refugee crisis. This is a very big subject, so what I'm going to present is just a very small part of it, of my contribution into understanding what happened during that time. First, I will do a small introduction around what was that refugee crisis that everyone was talking about, provide a little bit of context for Athens and the urban issues that were present at the time when I did the dissertation, then move on to how I built my framework for addressing housing as a social special integration tool, the type of methodology that I followed for my research, and then how I applied that into understand how housing access happened for asylum seekers in Athens, the type of accommodations that have been produced, and just a brief presentation of my findings and the conclusions that came out of this work. Here, I just want to point out that research took place during the summer of 2020, which was the first summer of the pandemic, and it happened all online. I think time is very crucial in providing context around this subject, because things have changed and keep changing very fast. Excuse me. So a small introduction to the refugee crisis. The European refugee crisis refers to the unprecedented influx of refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, and other countries of Africa and Asia that came in this specifically in the summer, that peaked in the summer of 2015. Greece, which also happens to be my country of origin, has been at the forefront of this event due to its geopolitical position at the southeast border of Europe, which the refugees cross from Turkey to reach the northern countries of Europe. So this map over here shows these refugee flows, Greece, as I said, was very exposed to that due to its strategic geographical location, and it made it a very obvious entry point to Europe. And this float was actually the big red arrows was called the Balkan route. Greece has always been an entry point for mostly illegal migration, especially since the early 20s. These have started to grow in numbers, but it was always considered a transit country for immigrants that wanted to enter Europe and then move further to the north. This characterization of transit country was intensified with the 2015 refugee crisis. And the UNHCR at the time reported that more than 850,000 people entered and crossed Greece in 2015, and another 170,000 in 2016. So, but a key point to how things changed was that after in 2016, there were these two major events that transformed Greece from a transit country to a country of permanent stay. That was, the first one was in February of 2016, which was the closure of the Balkan route. Basically, the borders in Hungary closed, so people couldn't go further. And the second one was in March of 2016, which was the deal that the European Union had with Turkey in order to as an effort to reduce this illegal crossing of the borders. These two events, especially the closing of the border, had as an effect of, let's say, trapping 60,000 newcomers in Greece. Part of that, 2,000 of those were being just located in, 20,000 of those were being located in the city of Athens. However, Athens at the time was not only, not on the time until today, has not been facing only the refugee crisis. That was only one of the crises that the city was facing. It was actually in the middle of a major economic crisis that started in 2010, which had major effects in the urban environment. Therefore, there was an urban crisis. There was, and on top of that, we had the pandemic later and the energy crisis, and all of that under the exposure of the climate change crisis. So this, it is a city that is going, that is exposed to a lot of things. However, we are now looking at the time of 2015, 2020, and at that moment, Athens was facing, in the city center specifically, the effects of a failed gentrification process that was interrupted by the economic crisis. Here in this first map, it's like it shows the concentration of areas that were under gentrification and projects that, for urban renewal, and how these were kind of completed or interrupted, but this kind of not complete process has created fragmentations in the public space, and this long-awaited urban upgrade that the city center needed at the time did not happen. during the recession, there were lots of fast-track urban policies that also targeted the commodification and privatization of public infrastructure that intensified this fragmentation of the city center. And these were specifically areas that was mostly occupied by marginalized immigrant groups and other vulnerable ones. So the effect was that these areas were further stigmatized, and there was this very intensive perception of otherness, mostly towards immigrants, which caused all kinds of racist expressions and conflict with the locals. Additionally, the financial crisis had, and this degradation of the city center had a result in, especially with the abandonment of properties. At the time, there was a very significant increase in the property ownership tax. So lots of people just abandoned them to avoid paying this tax. And between the decade of 2001 and 2011, there was this increase of vacant dwellings in the municipality of Athens of 78%. That also it was referring both to properties on upper floors, but the bigger effect was on properties on ground floors, like stores, store spaces and offices that had also an effect of public space by creating black holes of abandonment. The whole economic crisis had opened up the opportunity, though, for Greece to become a very cheap touristic destination. And there was Airbnb, like this, and all kinds of other short lease platforms, found a very good productive ground to grow. Even though people initially used Airbnb to lease their properties and generate income, this effect expanded a lot because there was no control whatsoever by the authorities. On the contrary, they also have implemented another program called the Golden Visa, which is very popular across Europe. And the combination of those took many properties, many affordable properties out of the housing market for the locals or the local immigrant population. And therefore, at the time we started seeing the first signs of a housing crisis, which nowadays has intensified dramatically. So all these combined conditions of this new incoming vulnerable population coming in the country, and the combination of this urban crisis and the housing crisis have started causing all these questions for myself of, in the end, who has the right to the city under these conditions of multiple crises, but also in this era of globalization, of global cities, where we have constant population of movement, we have this commodification of urban space, of housing, and then all these other secondary questions of who is considered a citizen in a global city. What are the rights of newcomers to access and integrate their host cities? And this overall structure, this main question for my research of how can the concept of the right to the city can be translated into housing and socio-spatial integration strategies for this particular vulnerable group of asylum seekers in the case of Athens. And I build my theoretical framework around this overarching concept of the right to the city, to pay attention to how urban space is being produced and inhabited through processes of participation and appropriation. At this point, a thing that needs clarification is that is the difference of definitions between refugees and asylum seekers, because there are groups that may sound the same, but they're not. They have very different rights and very different needs. And as Kostya mentioned earlier, the concept of time is really important in for each group in a different way. So refugees are this group that have been given the status of asylum, and therefore they have gained rights as citizens, let's say, in the host country. Whereas asylum seekers are kind of they are this group that have not have entered the country, and they are waiting they have claimed the refugee status, and they are waiting for that to be determined. Therefore, they're a little bit in limbo. They don't know if they're going to stay in the country that they are at the moment. They have applied asylum at, or they're going to be returned back to the country where they came from, or they're going to be acquired the refugee status, and they will be able to travel forward or stay in the same country wherever they want to. So there is this uncertainty around that group that makes it very vulnerable in terms of what they're doing during this waiting time, because this may take years to acquire to get any decision around their status. Therefore, for this particular group, I wanted to see how housing can act as a way of their social and special integration in the city or the country that they are hosted, but also further ahead if they decide to move in another place. Out of my theories, I identified certain criteria that this housing type of the adequate housing should fulfill, that included the parameter of location, whether it is integrated in the city close to important urban amenities, or is further out, what are the quality of the living conditions, what is the sense of safety that they have in terms of whether there is a threat of eviction, or they have a sense of privacy, active agency in terms of whether they can make decisions about where they live and the things that the activities that they can take part, and whether they are provided with tools of empowerment in terms of learning a language, having being able to access education, being able to access employment, and so on. In order to analyze that, I used the embedded case studies method, where I was, as I said, looking at the Greek context of the refugee crisis, specifically Athens as a secondary case of the city, and within that, the formal and informal case studies of accommodation that were produced during this time. I managed, despite the distance and all the issues with COVID and the travel restrictions, I was able to get in touch with people that were involved in different housing schemes and interview them. But I did have lots of limitations on my research because of, as I said, the travel restrictions with COVID. I had to rely a lot on online resources, which raised all kinds of ethical implications in approaching this very traumatized, vulnerable group of asylum seekers. Therefore, I didn't get in touch with them at all, and it was a very conscious decision from the beginning. But also at the time, one of the biggest issues, I think, apart from access to resources, was the fact that during the refugee crisis, Athens has attracted a lot of attention from the research academic community, from the media, and people, the locals, the asylum seekers, the refugees were just tired of giving interviews, of talking to people. They just wanted to be left in peace. So lots of people didn't want to talk anymore about these things. And on top of that, in 2019, the summer of 2019, the new government that was elected had decided to be very hard on the informal type of accommodation, the refugee squads that have been produced around the city, and evacuate them using strong police force. And that has acted as a way of the people involved in those movements to be to feel a sense of defeat, and therefore they didn't want to get engaged in that research. Nevertheless, I did like a whole review. I tried to do a review of who is making decisions about housing in the case of Greece, because Greece never had a social housing policy, and that was very obvious in that. I'm not going to get in the details of this diagram, but just to say that the housing processes was just working in an emergency mode, like housing people with whatever there was available at the time, and they were making up things out of nothing, basically, like finding abandoned properties and building refugee camps. And just trying to find new ways to house, because there was no social housing policy on the ground or strategy whatsoever. So these are like at the time these were the main formal types of accommodation that included the reception and notification centers, the open reception facilities. This was a special reception facility in the municipality of Athens, and the ST apartment scheme, which was coordinated by the UNHCR. In terms of both housing and social integration strategies, this is like an effort to map all the institutions that were involved in this effort. Again, I won't try to explain this diagram, just to say that in terms of social integration, lots of some efforts were happening, fragmented efforts from different organizations, stakeholders were happening mostly at the municipal level, and with the contribution of a lot of non-state actors. So I'm just going to run this quite quicker. The problem in all that situation was that we had this traumatized population that depending on their status, they would have different options of accommodation. And that whole scheme was of providing housing was based on the level of vulnerability. So mostly children and women and older population could find some access to housing, but the rest, mostly young men, were very exposed to homelessness. And that led to this vicious circle of no exit by living like the formal type of camps, going to find other type of being homeless or being like housed in informal housing of squats, being evicted from that and going back to the camps to be then released again, and so on and so on. This is where the refugee solidarity movement was born. So people were on the ground, saw this problem, the gap in housing, and therefore they were organized to find ways to provide housing for these people. The solidarity movement was on the ground from the economic crisis, and then it was redirected to the refugees because the problem was so big. I'm just going to pass this because it just shows the conditions of the reception centers, but maybe you might be familiar with that. In the process of analyzing my case studies, I tried to see where the different types of accommodations were located and the type of decision making that was happening. So for the open reception centers, they were basically known as refugee camps. Most of them were located at the periphery of the city in concentrated ex-military land. And only one of them, that of Eleonas, was in the city, and the decision making was very top down, with no participation by the refugee or asylum seeker residents in any decision making. Most of them were housed in containers with very basic infrastructure, and depending on who was involved in each camp, there were different provisions in terms of activities, language programs, etc. But it was all happening through the contribution of NGOs, not the state. The STIA program that was formed by UNHCR, again, it was mostly concentrated in the area of Athens with apartments that were scattered around the city. And again, the decision-making here was happening in a top-down method, and people were just housed in apartments like these ones with very basic amenities. And they were also given access to consultation for employment and language programs. We also have in terms of informal accommodation, we have grassroots shelters. I have identified two of them. One was for women particularly, the other one was for young men. And it was also like most of them were in the city center in different locations, and they were providing space for particular groups for a specific time of stay of maximum 12 months usually. They did have meetings like the staff and the volunteers with the residents to exchange views on organizational matters mostly, but also the grassroots staff provided all kinds of social work services and activities and language lessons, etc. So this was mostly their living conditions. They were very discreet to not attract attention in the neighborhoods that they were living. And the last one was the refugee squads. There were many of them in the city center, mostly organized by anarchist groups and the refugee solidarity movement. All of them were illegal, and they were occupying abandoned properties. To be clear, there were lots of squads that were not very well organized, but there were other ones that the groups that put them together were very well informed of the needs of the people who were that they were addressing. So two very good examples is that of the Notara squad and the Hotel Plaza, which both occupied buildings that were abandoned. Both of them have been evacuated, but they still exist as movements. They were both in the city center, and they had all kinds of amenities in terms of providing private rooms for people to live, communal kitchens, access to any products people needed, libraries, spaces for the children to express themselves creatively. Also, there were very specific rules when dealing with children because of all the, as we said previously, with the trauma. And the decision-making here happened in a very horizontal way. There were different assemblies addressing different issues, and there were different groups that were responsible for the different works that needed to be done in the squad. Everyone participated there, and everyone was equal regardless of their citizenship status, of their gender, of their nationality, of their age. And they were also very active in the social movements of the city. These are from the Women's March on the marches on Women's Day. Anyway, I'm going to skip that because this is just gathering the findings. And it was just one of the main finding was that the official housing provisions were acting in emergency mode with no long-term planning for the integration of asylum seekers and giving them the skills to or even the skills to become integrated later, whereas the grassroots shelters and the refugee squads mostly addressed that, despite having like poorer living conditions within, like in terms of amenities within the abandoned properties that they occupied. Sorry, cannot change my slide. Okay. So my conclusions included the need, the requirement for a holistic approach in the reception, housing, and integration of asylum seekers, the need for collaboration between national and local authorities on who is taking what kind of responsibilities, and of course, the participation of local civil society and ethnic communities in the planning of all of these strategies. And specifically for Athens, in the integration of, in the recognition of these opportunities in urban development in terms of making use of abandoned buildings and providing incentives to landlords to contribute to the revitalization of the decaying neighborhoods and explore alternative options from that of Airbnb or Golden Visa. So that was a very small, sorry if I took over the time. It's just, this was a very big subject that I was trying to concentrate in a very short presentation. Yeah, I'm open to any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Maritina. No, I think it's really useful to see these examples. I think that they're probably relevant experiences, but I let Costa to come in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maritina. It's your presentation is actually relevant for our cases studies because, for example, in the case of Kharkiv or Kramatorsk, that hosted a large number of IDPs, and now in the issues of reconstruction, what is the role of IDPs in decision making? And my question is about your case of Athens. I understand that asylum seekers are not so involved in the decision-making processes because of temporality and transition strategy mostly. But in terms of refugee who obtain this status, what are the main effective tools to involve them in integration to local community to participate in urban planning decisions making? As for me, it's important to use this experience to our ground. And what is your vision? For example, when we discuss this question with on example of some communities in German cities, it was very interesting because locals were more active how to take refugees to decision-making questions. They attract not initiative from refugees, but rather from locals. How to attract them?
Yeah, thanks, Kasi. This is actually a good point because I think the first very important thing to understand when we are talking about these groups of people that have been displaced by force and they carry this trauma of displacement is that they are not they should not be seen as weak because of their trauma, that they have that giving them agency and giving them the chance to participate is a way for them to feel included and start their healing process of belonging. Because so far it has been the approach by official authorities that will give you some type of housing, which is usually shelter, not housing, and will give you some type of stipend, and just because you are not able to provide for yourself, and just this taking care of them without and approaching them as they're not capable of having their own agency. So I think this is like the first obstacle to overcome in terms of how we perceive this population. And then just give them the chance to participate in the refugee squads. They were, as I said, there was this very horizontal approach where people were just invited to participate. They weren't forced. They were given this open ground to come in, contribute with the work, contribute with their opinions, and you know, approaching them like normal people that don't carry any label on them. Yeah, that I think that was the key thing.
Thank you, Maritina. Let's listen to Arthur's comment or question. And
yes, thank you, Maritina, for your speech, for your work. And I have a few questions. It's a popular phenomenon when refugees from ghettos, when they arrive in new place of residence. And the question number one, are there any such cases in Europe when Ukrainian ghettos exist in some cities on its territory? And the second one question, if such cases are not yet known, then perhaps there is some explanation for that phenomenon when ghettos do not form around refugees for months or years. Thank you.
Well, I think that has to do with the type of reception you have. In the case of Athens, these refugee camps that were places of concentrated population, isolated from the rest of the city, in areas at the periphery of the municipality or the periphery of the metropolitan area, that was like a recipe for creating a ghetto, actually, because this, even though they were regarded as a safe space because of having like constant security, within them there were incidents of crime and violence, so within themselves, so they were start forming ghettos like that. So I think going back to the criteria that I have for housing as for social special integration, this location, but also the active agency plays a very big part in how people feel that they have access to the city and they can interact with the local population and their local communities, because there have been communities of previous immigrants in this in the case of Athens, for example. And meeting those communities is a way of not feeling isolated by the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maritina. Anastasia?
Yes, thank you. I would like to give a little comment about housing situation for Ukrainian refugees, specifically in Romania, because I know the example of this case, and I think it will be relevant to understand how international refugees coming from Ukraine are treated in neighboring countries of Ukraine. It could be also taken from Poland, but I don't know their case. So, for example, in Romania, specifically in Bucharest, in the beginning of war, the authorities were given the Ukrainians some social housing opportunities or shelters for them to stay for a short time. But later, they have also introduced a program of long-term free housing for Ukrainians, and this is a program where the landlord gets money from the government if they accommodate Ukrainians, or they may give them an apartment to rent for free, actually, but they would receive money from the government. And now also Ukrainians may choose which apartment they may get in the city. I'm not sure whether it is working in the whole Romania, but it is definitely working in the city, which is Bucharest, capital of Romania. And there is also an accommodation program from International Organization for Migration in partnership with Airbnb owners. But this is a program for Ukrainian elderly people who can stay in Romania, for example, for a short term. So I think that for now, neighboring countries offer Ukrainian refugees who are coming because of the war in Ukraine. They give much better opportunities for them, because now they may live in apartments, not just in the shelters, but other people, but they may have their own private space. And I think this is also important because Ukrainians are staying here now for a pretty long time, for example, for a year or so. So that's important for them to have a normal housing situation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anastasia and Anastasia. So now you're giving me the opportunity to also say that there is an update also in the services, and there is a similar program happening in terms of giving out apartments, because as I said, most of the refugee camps don't exist anymore. There's only one remaining in Athens. And they're going to rip that off to make a stadium on its place. This is another discussion. But also there's been this request for a social housing policy, and there is a discussion going on right now about that. But also at a municipality level, of Athens specifically, there was this program called Curing the Limbo, that was basically based on that ST accommodation scheme in providing apartments. But in this case, they made more effort in integrating the social integration aspect by providing more services and giving the opportunity for more participation on behalf of the asylum seekers. So there is a changing landscape, and hopefully something will come out of it. But yeah, I think this scheme of providing apartments through at the municipality level seems to be an approach that is quite popular right now.
Thank you. So I think we need to move on because of the time. We're already about half an hour behind on timings, but I think we have enough. I hope that people can stay and we can continue until we finish the planned presentations. So Oleksiy will be next. Then I will present some of the work that we're doing in Latin America a little bit, and then we'll introduce the 3 case studies through which you will be working over the next couple of days. So Oleksiy, would you like to come in and share yours?
Yeah, thank you, Sol. So I hope you can see my presentation. And today I am going to speak about changing everyday life in suburbia and speaking more generally about different phases of Ukrainian suburbia and some issues, problematic issues and challenges which is it facing currently. So all that in the context of our workshop topic of post-war suburban regeneration. So some basic points that I am going to present, they belong to the results of the joint Ukrainian-Austrian project that was held in 2019-2020, and it was about ambiguous suburban spaces, comparative analysis of local trajectories and changing everyday practices. So why suburban question is important for post-war regeneration, in particular for contemporary Ukraine under war and after war in perspective. First of all, because many Ukrainians initially considered suburbia a safe place. So when this full-fledged stage of war started in February 2022, many residents, especially from the capital city, from Kyiv, they fled to some suburban areas, to some suburban cities or villages, and they thought that that were safe places. But that was a wrong opinion. In fact, suburbia take a hit of warfare and this genocide against Ukrainians. It was destroyed largely, but at the same time, that belt of suburban belt, it protected the main cities from destruction. For example, cities near Kyiv, Irpin, Bucha, Hostomel, which are nowadays known worldwide in media, they in fact saved the capital from invaders, from Russian army. But simultaneously, thousands of suburban residents have been killed, wounded, or simply lost their homes or their workplaces. So some enterprises, small businesses, or large factories were destroyed in suburban area. So this raises a question about re-evaluation of suburban area as a safety belt of large cities. So some issues should be addressed by planners and developers. On the one hand, to help suburban belt perform this function, but on the other hand, to keep local residents safe, because this is a question of safety of locals. Then it is a very important issue about local identity, about commemoration, about image and memory policy in that suburban settlements with regard to the war. So after the war, we should perform this commemoration, and just nowadays we should think about this, and we today all had an interesting lecture by Ruxandra about this question. And also suburban development in Ukraine was quite intense, but not spotless. So it is important not to repeat some planning mistakes from the past related to the development of suburban areas. So my presentation consists of three main parts, and first part is about peculiarities of Ukrainian suburban development, quite a short but important part. So what are these peculiarities? That in Ukraine, as a post-socialist country and post-Soviet country, we had a combination of classical Western suburbanization, which when affluent households leave the city and they seek a better quality of life near the nature, far from all this unpleasant issues of a large city, and also rural urbanization in terms of Sofia Hirt, when fringe of the most economically vibrant cities attract relatively poor migrants from the immediate hinterland, as well as migrants from lower order provincial towns. So many people from other Ukrainian cities, from villages, they are going to the suburban areas of big cities, and they choose that places because they are more affordable in terms of cost of living than the big cities itself. Then second, complex transitory migration strategies of many suburban residents. So for some of them, suburbia is considered as a temporary residential place, only on the way to the central city, so only temporary place. For others, it's some kind of forced residential place under unsuccessful attempt to take root in the central city. So they tried to rent flat or buy a flat or house in the central city, but unsuccessfully, and they decided then to go to suburbia, so living just near the big city. Also, another phenomenon is high-rise and dense suburbia. So in Ukrainian suburbia, we typically have clusters of high-rise buildings, which is quite unusual, for example, for Western Europe or Northern America. So from 60s to 25 floors is typical situation, and such districts, such housing estates form suburban villages with populations of tens of thousands of people. For example, the most brilliant case is village Sofiivska-Borщagivka near Kyiv, with population currently of circa 40,000 of people. So like some medium-sized city. And planned population, according to master plan, pre-war master plan, is more than 100,000 of people. And the fourth peculiarity, which is, on the other hand, not limited to Ukraine or post-socialist space, but is typical for suburbia worldwide, is that everyday practices of suburban residents are intensively transformed, intertwined, and hybridized. And the same is for lifestyles, ways of life, and suburban space enhance their internal diversity. They became more patchy and show uneven development trends. And in these terms, by the way, some pictures. So 2019 project participants in a village somewhere near Kyiv. So you can see that village houses and how it looks like. So not a typical village, but it's a reality. This is Sofiivska-Borщagivka, which I mentioned. Main data, basic data are based on two case studies. That's Sofiivska-Borщagivka, suburb of Kyiv, and the population of Kyiv, Ukrainian capital, is circa 3 million of people. And the second case, Agronomichna, is suburb of Vinnytsia, regional center in central Ukraine, with population circa 370,000. So, second part, some dividing lines in contemporary Ukrainian suburbia. So dividing lines which are reflected in everyday practices and lifestyles, but at the same time, there are some evidence that different parts of suburban communities are converging in their practices and lifestyles with time. At first, about divides. So first divide is between long-term residents and newcomers. So different everyday practices, different styles of housing, different ways to keep their households. You can see that's from Agronomichna near Vinica. On the left, in the left part of the slide, typical households of long-term residents which are living in that village for decades. And on the other part, on the right part, typical housing of newcomers. So some modern cottage villages or towns, the solar panels, fashionable cars, and so on. And such traditional way of living for long-term residents. Long-term residents and newcomers are different in their age structure and also in types of structure of occupation and activities. So when we see and that look at that diagram, we can see that newcomers, among them, there are more businessmen, so people who are able to have more diverse, more luxury life, so more students. On the other hand, among long-term residents, there are more pensioners, so people from higher age groups, and also more hired workers. Reasons to move to suburbia also were different for long-term residents and newcomers. So, for example, you can see that for newcomers, very important things are quieter living conditions. So, classical motivation to go to the suburbia. Also, better environment, better ecology. At the same time, for long-term residents, when they were going to suburbia, cheaper housing prices. So another motivation, economical reason, and also family circumstances. So people were going to that village because, for example, their future husband or wife were living there, and also employment opportunities. So for newcomers, this is not important, or rather not important, because they have their employment, their place of work in the central city. But locals, long-term residents are working here in suburbia. Okay, and different perception of inconveniences of living. It's also a case of Agronomichna, for example, for long-term residents, lack of employment opportunities is quite crucial question. But for newcomers, difficult with transport communication with the city. So they are very dependent on the central city. Long-term residents disagree with high rates of new housing construction, for example, in other fields. So newcomers basically tolerate this phenomena that suburbia are growing in fast rates. But for long-term residents, this is an intervention in their usual way of life. And these are some so-called word clouds from interviews taken of newcomers and long-term residents. And you can see some key negative and positive associations. So they are also, in some aspects, they are similar, but in some they are different. For example, for long-term residents, key principal positive association is friendship, so local community, sustainability, celebration, so local holidays, also school and work. But for example, for newcomers, these positive ideas are proximity to the capital, central city in general, silence, also some aspects of the modern way of life, modern lifestyle, so coffee shops, etc., etc. And also you can see joining Kyiv, so joining the central city. Because for newcomers, suburbia is a kind of a dwelling district, some kind of a distant city neighborhood. But for long-term residents, the local identity is still quite important. The second divide is between the residents of detached houses and townhouses and, for example, blocks of flats, including high-rises. So in Ukrainian suburbia, you can see such interesting phenomena when detached houses, small houses are neighboring with high-rise rises with blocks of flats, and people are living quite together. This is interesting from the point of view of planning. How does it happen that we have such a situation? This is from Kyiv's suburbia, also Sofiyevska Borshagivka. But at the same time, we can see that suburban landscapes and practices and lifestyles, they are mixing gradually and they are hybridizing with time. For example, long-term residents, they are borrowing some aspects of life from newcomers. For example, they are trying to keep some way of landscaping more modern, not the traditional. They are trying to have some grass lawns in front of the buildings, not traditional flower beds typical for Ukraine. But at the same time, you can see this laundry drying on the ropes, typical rural scenery. You can see together in this building some pizzeria and dentistry, and at the same time this this old track is used as a store, also as a shop, so mixing. At the same time, village, but high-rise building, and in this high-rise building you can see a local center for administrative services and this ATM station, so you can take money here from your credit card. So also penetration of different lifestyles and they hybridizing. And for example, this last picture on this slide, residents of high-rise building are still keeping some flower bed and growing some vegetables, and also you can see this laundry drying on the ropes. So on the same time, they are urban residents in their lifestyles, but on the other hand, they have some typical rural everyday practices. Also, this is comparison of typical public spaces in Sofiyevska Borshagivka near Kyiv. So in the new part of that village, so near the modern residential estate, and in the old part. So some kind of convergence. So we can see that in old part, this small park, it has been modernized, so some beautification, new pathways, new benches, new grass lawns. So gradually they are going to look nearly the same. The third part is problematic issues of planning and development in Ukrainian suburbia, which are partly directly related to these dividing lines. The first problem is lack of properly designed public spaces, including spaces for leisure and for activities with children. These are photos from Agronomichne, and the first photo in the upper left corner shows the playground for children near one of the newly constructed blocks of flats. And what is interesting that this playground factually is used as a principal public space, especially for leisure with children, young family, moms with children, for the whole suburban village. So Agronomichne, in fact, has no properly designed public space for some activities with children. And therefore, this playground, which was initially intended to be used only by the residents of this block of flats, is actively used by different people, including people that are living some kilometers of distance from that place. So I remember today's presentation by Sukanya about India. So sometimes very similar experience by young Ukrainian families, or some improvised rest place on the shore of a local pond. So it is not suitable for, especially for newcomers, which expect some another quality of places for leisure, not such a primitive way. Picture in the lower left corner depicts another children's playground made with the use of used car tires, so such typical post-Soviet tradition, very widespread in Ukraine. And you may guess that this playground is used by the children of long-term residents, not by newcomers, but local blocks of flats which were constructed just in 2019, 2018, some these years. So people moved to suburbia in order to have better life conditions, but they basically have no possibilities to keep the way of life they would like to keep. And also some kind of public space in the central part of the suburban village. So some benches which are usually occupied by some marginal elements, by local drunkards, and some shop which has a very small product range, so it is not adapted to the needs of growing population of newcomers from the central city, which want to have another quality of services. Near Kyiv, the situation with public spaces is better, but sometimes developers create a little bit weird public spaces, like in this residential area, also in Kyiv's suburbia. So maybe this is intended to sit on these benches and look at this empty space and this blind wall. And you can see that yes, many people are sitting there, but they are also project participants. So these are researchers, and we made this picture. But real residents, they were very rarely are using this place. Another issue, problematic issue, is storming motorization and extreme dependence on the central city in terms of transportation, which provokes growing automobilization, motorization of suburban residents. So you can see some also public spaces, central streets, like Promenade in Sofiivska, Borshagivka, in some of the most populated residential complexes. It is full with cars. So this is that was intended for people to take rest, to walk there with children, with domestic animals, dogs, cats, but in fact, this is a parking lot for cars. And in Agronomichne, you can see a lower right corner situation is a little bit better, but also many cars, so yard for cars. And in terms of traffic jams, you can also see that suburban area of Kyiv, so Sofiivska, Borshagivka also, and some nearby suburban settlements. Red color of streets shows how important is this question, because in fact, it takes very large efforts, very large time costs to get to homes for people living in such suburban settlements because of that motorization. And also for Agronomichne, we asked people about their mobility to the central city, to Vinnytsia, and they are very dependent on public transport, and including newcomers also. But newcomers are using, of course, more actively their personal cars. Such picture we have. Another issue is like constant living on the construction site because of very intense rates of housing construction, of some business facilities construction. Many parts of suburbia for years are the construction site. And these are pictures, some banners by the developer that here will be a magical childhood area and new peaks of your business. But I took these photos ironically to show that nowadays it's probably not a very magical childhood area with these mountains of mud and dirt, and probably this is already peak of business for the developer of this residential area, but for the real for the future investors, for the future small businesses, it's only a long-time perspective for the future. But nowadays, it's for developer, yes. For local residents, not. High environmental pressure, irrational land use, and lack of green areas. Here you can see satellite image of the city of Kyiv and part of its suburbia. So suburbia, the most intensively growing southwest corner is here. So, and this red line is a part of the border, administrative border of the central city, and then goes suburban area. And you can see so small green patches in suburban area. So basically no green open public spaces, only some small parks and squares, which is they can't bring enough space of such kind for local residents. And we have a paradoxical phenomena when suburban residents should go to the central city, to Kyiv, to walk in the park, in the forest, and to be close to the nature, to feel themselves close to the nature. For example, in some national park, which is in the city limits. So you can see in the city more greenery, more green areas than in suburbia. So this is like vice versa to the typical situation, which is uncommonly understood when we speak about suburbia. Another problematic issue is erosion of local identity. Also in Agronomichne, we asked local residents, do they feel themselves urban residents or suburban or rural residents? And you can see that long-term residents mostly are rural, feel themselves rural identity, but newcomers mostly feel themselves suburban, and somewhat increased share of those that who say, okay, we are living in the city, so we basically are in the city, not in the some separate settlement. And answer, from where are you? How would you answer this question? From the central city, from Vinnytsia, or from Agronomichne? Also, some difference is obvious. Newcomers are more for central city. So for them, this identity is principal. They are urban residents, they are from the central city. But for long-term residents, still local identity is important. But on the simultaneously, local traditional households are declining. So there are many empty yards, empty households where there are living quite old people. In fact, they are living their last years of life, or empty households where nobody lives, and many of them are under sold. So someone can buy these land plots, and local economy, which was based on some agricultural activities, now in decline or simply disappeared. So you can see example in the upper part from agronomichne, so former agricultural scientific station, which nowadays is in decline, and some households of long-term residents, which are also in decline. And in the bottom, you can see former agricultural areas in Sofiivska, Borshcheyivka. Nowadays, it's only about past. Nowadays, this area is under high-rise residential buildings. And when we turn back to our workshop, to our cases, one of the cases will be the city of Irpin, the city in the suburban area of Kyiv, the city which suffered a lot from Russian invasion in all aspects. This is a little bit kind of another suburbia. Why? First, from the very beginning, it was not a village, which then was built with high rises, but that was a satellite city with integrated planning structure from the very beginning. So it was developing more or less inconsistent way. Second point, this city has a lot of greenery, including parks, including forests, including yards and trees along streets. And many people, even from Kyiv, before the war, were going on weekends to Irpin, as well as city of Bucha, which is quite nearby, to spend free time in local parks, embankments, and forests. The third point is that a lot of open public spaces were in good condition, so squares, parks, embankments, and here you can see the central square of Irpin, which will be one of our specific cases for the future work during the next few days of workshop activities. Next point, that social infrastructure and local workplaces were available for locals and are still available, because in, for example, other suburban settlements in Sofiivska, Borshcheyivka, we can see basically no newly created social infrastructure, no schools, no kindergartens. Yes, they are, but they are private, so people should pay high costs for their children to be there. In Irpin, the situation is also not very good, but rather better than in other parts of suburbia. And newcomers are mostly middle-class class, so quite wealthy people, many entrepreneurs, many representatives of IT's industry. So people who basically have some problems with living costs, with basic amenities, and so on. So when during our future work, during this workshop, when you will be analyzing these cases of Irpin, it is important to remember about the other parts of suburbia, their problematic issues, planning mistakes, and do not repeat them. Because this is important, not to repeat the same mistakes and to create new suburbia of Ukrainian cities comfortable for their residents. So basically that's all. So thank you for attention, and please questions.
Thank you so much, Alexei. It's so useful to have this level of detail and the highlights of the mistakes of the past. I think that's really important. I don't know if anyone has any questions or any points they would like to raise. I think we're going to come back to these at the end with the presentation from Kostya in relation to the case studies. So I think perhaps we should move on, and then we can talk in more detail about the sort of the important aspects of each of the three places. Would that be okay, or is there any comments or notes that you'd like to add?
I think we can, yeah, I think we can move on to your presentation, maybe. Yeah.
Okay,
We
so
can have case studies as well.
to be as quick as possible because we are quite late already, and I know that we have said that we would finish by 2, but we are not. So we'll probably be here for another 40 minutes or 45 minutes. I'll try to be as quick as I can. It's a very different perspective in a way, the one that I will present. But let me just find my screen. But I think it brings it brings attention to some similar challenges that I think we should consider. And to me, partly with my role at the university, but partly with my own experience working across global regions, I think collaboration and thinking how different regions would respond, react, and would have impacted by similar processes in different ways is really, really important. So I'm going to talk about the case of Medellin in Colombia, which is one of the areas of our research. But to understand a bit more what we have been trying to do, and Maritina has been involved also in these projects, in some of these projects as research fellow, the wider kind of context of what we try to do, and the projects can be found here in this website, globalurbancollaborative.org. So there's a bit more information there. But this relates to a very long conflict in Colombia since the 1950s, which claimed the lives of many people. So it started earlier in the 50s with a kind of fight between the sort of combatants and non-combatants, but then it moved into having a number of groups that fought against each other to gain more strength over the land ownership, over the security of the territory, and this created many different stages of this displacement of people, and also different types of conflict in rural areas, but very much in urban areas as well. So there's a number, there's a few kind of numbers in this presentation, but I think what we want to highlight here is that it's the kind of high level of impact that this conflict had in claiming lives. And in particular, in Medellin, there were between 1975 and 2012 over 90,000 people that were killed in the city, which was not similar to any other region in the world. So more or less 17 people per day. The worst part of this conflict, conflict, and the worst time was in the 90s, in the early 90s, where the country didn't know what to do about this challenge, particularly in the city of Medellin. And in 1991, there were almost 6,500 murders. So the government started looking into what could they do to confront this conflict. And one of the aspects of their approach was to bring together a number of organizations and thinkers across the country, some of them involved in academia, and began to think about the reform of the constitution that would allow a more integrated approach of the sort of social conflict of the city with the thinking about the sort of urban development and regeneration in these cities. So I'm not sure if I do this or you go back to. I'm not on full screen yet. There you are. So I think what the urban reform law was perhaps the most influential transition that the government encouraged in the city of Medellin. and it just enabled a sort of reform process that associated interventions, legal interventions in relation to the development of plans to improve areas in the city, but also involved the election, so a sort of social political reform that created an approach that was very much about the representation of people in cities and the capacity of people to make decisions across cities. So the election of mayors was one of the key drivers for this urban reform, and the mayors had a key task in all cities of over 1 million inhabitants. The mayors needed to encourage and enable a process of development of an urban development plan for the city, which was going to be implemented over the following 10 years. In addition to this, another really key aspect of the transition was, or in parallel to this transition, was the Rio Summit in 1992, which was probably one of the most influential aspects or at least one of the events that really influenced planning in the 90s, because the idea of a local agenda for climate and environment challenges was promoted, and cities needed to really look into sustainability as a kind of key driver. So these plans, these urban development plans, were very much connecting not only the sort of legal integration of decision making and trying to be inclusive and participatory in their implementation, but they also started to look into themes and characteristics of the cities that they wanted to implement and develop. So, for example, in the case of Bogota, the priorities of this initial urban development plan excuse me, were related to the city and its region, the productivity of the city, personal safety, and particularly the priority was given to public transport and cycling. So this urban reform really transformed the way that cities were thought and were planned, and it began to develop initiatives to identify mechanisms, tools, and planning instruments that could help implementing all of these ideas that were part of the development plans. So there were partial plans. These instruments were taken from a number of experiences that existed across the world. So Japan, Spain, so Barcelona was perhaps the main example for this transformation. So the transformation was very much influenced by the Barcelona model, which was the result of a significant transition in the kind of planning discourse from an approach that was related to a comprehensive urban plan to the development of an urban project. So in the 90s, when Barcelona had to develop the city for the Olympic Games, this idea of a more an approach that was based on a region, on an urban project, on an integration of decision-making mechanisms, participatory mechanisms, and proposals, physical proposals, was very much the driving force of the transition in the case of Barcelona. And the other part that was important for Colombian cities was this notion of socially inclusive approaches to this transformation. So it was very much inspired by this model, and the problem that these interventions may have been criticized about was that they were very visual, and they were perhaps not really engaging with the kind of critical aspects of the crisis that Colombian cities were confronting in relation to housing, with large areas of informal settlements, and other aspects in relation to employment and economic development. So in the case of the city of Bogota, which is 7 million inhabitants and is constructed 2,600 meters above sea level, the city was affected by decades of unplanned growth, which included informal areas. So the mayor that was elected as part of this urban reform was called Peñalosa, and this mayor had an approach to the transformation of the city, which was inspired by Curitiba, and it was very much oriented to rethinking transport and looking into participatory uses of space that was public in the city. So the idea was that the municipality was going to develop, was going to have greater autonomy in making decisions in relation to space and place in the city. This was part of the urban reform. And then they became responsible for ensuring the participation of citizens and also the engagement with other institutions. So in the case of Bogota, the model was very much based on equal rights for people for transportation. So the idea that these areas, I went to a talk of Peñalosa years ago, and he showed the before and after of these corridors, these urban corridors, and they were very much based on private transport, cars, so individual cars and parking areas. And he transformed completely the thinking and the rights of people to use space and to use transport, and to use transport to access the basic needs of citizens around education, access to public space. So he introduced the bus transit system, which was this Transmilenio, and very much transformed the perception and the stigma associated to buses and bicycles as related to vehicles of the poor. So what he did was to remove all these parking areas of these corridors, so all the side streets that were used for parking, and they were normally used by upper classes, and brought back these streets to pedestrians and to the kind of open public bus system. And he said that high quality public pedestrian space is evidence of a true democracy at work. So he wanted to give everyone a sense of belonging and wanted to create a socially integrated community. So the overall plan of these interventions, or the objective of these interventions, was for society to be as egalitarian as possible, and try to ensure that the distribution of resources was as important as the distribution of quality of life. And this is a kind of significant transformation with this kind of broader interest that these cities have had for a long time, given the priority to the sectors of the population that have higher income, and there's where public spaces were provided, there's where better conditions for living were provided. So he believed that a pedestrian cities was more important than pedestrian streets was more important than cars, and created this kind of environment. However, the system does not really work in the sense of being able to cope with all for moments it doesn't is not able to cope with the amount of people that need to use it and the demands that people have. So it's still heavily criticized in some ways. However, it completely transformed the way of thinking about cities, which was what Medellin used to take it even farther, particularly in the context of social urbanism. So Medellin is much smaller. It's only 2.5 million inhabitants, and is located a bit lower. It's located 1,500 meters above sea level. It's a long stretch valley, with an extension of 380 square kilometers. It's the second city of Colombia. And it was going through this transformation, trying to implement the kind of government transformation, the urban reform, but also thinking about innovative ways of representing the city in a global context, and looking into confronting the global economic challenge that was a result of the kind of global crisis of the early 2000s. So the transition was following the same ideas of these, master plan or a large-scale comprehensive plan to an approach that was much more concentrated on strategic planning and particularly on a number of urban projects. So there's many examples of this in terms of policy and experience. We have examples around Barcelona, as I explained, but also the Docklands, the idea that these plans were not just looking into the physical implementation of change in the urban fabric, but also the notion of a social and economic strategy associated to that. So the most important aspect of these perspectives is that we need to create a sort of negotiation and mobilize resources from a number of organizations that will be involved in envisioning and also implementing future change in cities, and also that we will be able to monitor these initiatives and see how things evolve. So these kind of approaches, particularly for Latin America, are praised by the UN Habitat in the notion of it being innovative and perhaps promoting the interest of local governments, which are locally elected and therefore representative of the real local needs. They in a way are promoting this notion of adaptation and flexibility. Somehow they might be looking into progressive forms of governance and democratic forms of thinking. So they are combining instruments in terms of planning that could give us the starting point for a more inclusive and really connected to the real challenges transformation. However, in Latin America, these approaches have different levels of success, and the positioning of the city on the global economy has always been prioritized in a way, and aspects of these projects in relation to legal and economic issues continue to be complex, particularly because often involved association with private sector, and this means the privatization of urban space and the management of urban space, and they're led by capital gains and create unequal power relations. So the criticism has been that Latin America has enabled some innovation in relation to urban change, but it has remained weak in terms of social participation and real promotion of perhaps unequal promotion of real state speculation. However, in the case of Medellin, we can see that the approach really created some significant change. It was innovative, and the city was named as the world's most innovative city in 2014. It was voted by their own inhabitants, so the inhabitants really recognized this transformation. And however, we know that there's still a lot of inequality that can be seen in the city of Medellin. But the fact that the high level of conflict in terms of the level of murders in the city was radically transformed, and the most important is this perception of citizens in terms of the transformation. So this bigger perhaps the perception of the transformation than the substance of the transformation. But this perspective of bringing international ideas around different approaches to planning and thinking about urban project and thinking about strategic planning as a measure, as a tool for intervention, but then mixing that with the reality of the needs in the city of Medellin, and bringing together sort of a concept of social urbanism as a kind of imaginative, inclusive, well-intentioned set of thoughts or plans for the city, was really, I think, innovative in some ways, But perhaps when we try to measure the impact is where it all becomes a little bit more visual than real. So there are still very big social spatial problems in the city, and we are seeing that there has been a lot of speculative and development, and also, you know, the boostering of marketing within the city is still very much leading the transformation. So we're still involved. We're still working with some of the people who have been involved in this transition. So if we try to understand it, there is an interpretation of these international planning policies and international experiences in terms of planning, and a real connection to the needs of the city. So when we talk to some of the people who were involved in this process in the early 90s, they tell us that they were going up the hills into the neighborhoods where most of the conflict was evident, and they were talking to children, and children were telling them, if we move that way, that group that is there is going to kill us, and if we move the other way, the other group is going to kill us. So they were very much in the middle of a real conflicted urban environment. So some of the thinking at the time was, what do we need to make these spaces safer? So the initial interventions in these really vulnerable and informal areas was to identify a house which could be transformed into a social space. It's a kind of the initial thinking of these library parks that were part of the intervention later on, and looking to bring in that space as a neutral space for these children to be able to go to. And this led then to the notion of education, the idea of lending books, and looking into a more public space that was protected and safe, and then led into thinking about transport infrastructures that were better able to connect these systems. So the interventions were based on the kind of international thinking around planning, but it was very much connected to citizen culture, education, public space, transport infrastructure, and the way this was visible in terms of the initiatives that were identified was very much large-scale transport infrastructures with these cable cars that were connecting the very high parts of the city with the city center, these library parks or educational facilities, and some public spaces that were associated to the library parks, and also the transport corridors. So the idea was very much about transforming the experience of the city, but from a governance perspective. So thinking about transparency and participation as the key drivers, and emphasizing education and culture and inclusion as the kind of main vision for this transformation. So the idea was to shift public investment to the poorer parts of the city. So that was a clear transition from what existed before, these interventions that were very much into the most the richer parts of the city of Medellin. So the interventions were high quality infrastructure, so these library parks that didn't really resolve the problem of informal housing, and the transport corridors, which created a much faster journey from the higher and informal parts of the city to the city center. And the tools, one of the key kind of tools for implementing these or the building blocks was what they called the integral urban projects. And the idea was that these projects were very much the results of consultation and participatory activities with interdisciplinary teams from municipalities that were able to talk to communities, understand their needs, look into building spaces for communication, for education, for gathering communities together. And of course, the best example are these cable cars, which become the signature of social urbanism in the case of Medellin. And it has also been replicated, this idea, in other parts of Latin America. So imagine that these infrastructures were used for, the cable cars were used sometimes for high income ski resorts in other parts of the world. And they were now part of the infrastructure provided in these informal areas, involving systematic improvements of the areas around the cable car, around the kind of corridor, the transport infrastructure corridor, with new recreational facilities and environmental improvements, and of course the library parks. So it was all about services, of providing these services that would help spaces for sport, recreation, social programs, and business as well, business development as well. But architecture was a key feature in a way of these interventions, and the idea of new materials and scales and forms and color and connections were very much driving some of the interventions that we can find here. And the winner, there were many competitions, design competitions, with many Colombian teams winning the design for these. And then the other aspect of this is that the city had a really rich public utilities company, which helped the delivery of these goals, which were very much connected to the income that the city received, only part of which goes to the national government. So in addition to good management, the idea of good management of the systems that were implemented, the idea of a trusted system for decision making, that was achieved by the creation of a special urban development company, was very much integrating technical staff, young professionals, academics, and obviously the role of mayors that would lead all this development was very much the kind of driving force. But behind all of these architectural success, these projects were very much aimed to the reconstruction of the urban fabric. And social urbanism was really much characteristic for this, and went beyond the conventional in terms of presenting an approach that was really committed to the poorest sectors of the city. And very much, if you look at the fact that the city was self-voted the most innovative city in 2014, the community's self-esteem and sense of belonging was very much achieved. However, of course, the city still presents social spatial challenges and high levels of poverty, a huge housing crisis, unemployment, and the crime and traffic of drugs in a way continues. So social spatial inclusion was the main goal of social urbanism, and the leading strategy for these. But and that's why obviously the first interventions were very much in the highest in the areas of the city that had the highest level of poverty. Of course, mobility and integration was key. And we do feel that the average income, family income, has improved, but not necessarily is connected to these interventions. So while there's been some improvements, the improvements may follow some general trends for the city. But the idea of these interventions was also oriented to make normalize somehow some sectors of the city which were informal. With the interventions were also related to land tenure and improving systems for water and electricity connections, which then led to taxes and to permissions over control of land and use of land in some areas. So the kind of result is that the approach to social urbanism had a limited impact on the material conditions of life in those lower income areas of the city. And some initiatives also failed to materialize the generation of new income and economic development, and social spatial frontiers for the city have been redrawn rather than eliminated. But it was an imaginative and well-intentioned and well-executed attempt to address these serious problems that were affecting particularly the poorest parts of the city. But in terms of social spatial success, the positive result may be restricted to some areas and some specific urban sectors. So the aesthetics of social urbanism may be stronger than its impact. But perhaps, as in the case of Barcelona, the initial ideals of an equal, open and democratic city have to interact with speculative development, and there's nothing we can do about that. Social urbanism in the case of Medellin did contribute to repositioning the city in the global market. And the problem is when these goals become increasingly external to the needs of the city, and this is what weakens even more the poorest parts of the poorest sectors of the city. So we continued. This is the city which we found when we started our research. So there had been a lot of innovation, a lot of transition, and a very strong social agenda. But of course, among all of these traumas and challenges that existed in the city was risk related to landslide, which was a priority named by the community as the kind of key aspect that they needed to manage through in these informal sectors. So whereas the city administration had identified their approach, and you can see in other cities in Latin America how this notion of risk management is very much has resulted in a selection of all, taking the city as a whole as a high risk environment. So there's very little possibility for intervention. So what we tried to do here was to look into how can we work together with local communities in the development of community-based infrastructure that in the meantime could help monitoring and mitigating the risk of landslide. And this led to a number of interventions to manage water and manage risk at the same time, with the aim of looking into how we can collectively negotiate risk management. And the importance of this, to me, to the conversation we're having today, is are we maybe rethinking or beginning to look into a different way of managing our cities? And resources and environment are key priorities, are going to be affecting everywhere, conflict and non-conflict, places affected by conflict and places not affected by conflict. So how can we identify the systems and structures at the local level which will help making decisions around our habitat conditions, the territories, and the use of resources at the very much the local level. So this is through notions of community empowerment. And in the case of risk management, we have explored co-production as a kind of main approach that helps us understanding at different geographical scales the different types of responsibilities that we need to take forward to provide mitigation and adaptation measures. And I wonder if some of this thinking could help also bringing together our urban construction processes that build from community empowerment in the appropriation, management and protection of the territory. So what can we learn from these approaches that can help us improving living conditions and well-being in the most vulnerable areas? And just to give you a very quick kind of approach, in the case of infrastructure, what we did with the co-production, just to see that co-production has some reality in a way. We took the approach of understanding scale, knowledge, and power. We talked earlier about dialogue of knowledges. So in the case of risk and risk management, communities have as much knowledge as technical experts on how impact happens in these areas. So dialogue of knowledges was essential, and understanding these different levels of knowledge in relation to the risk at different geographical scales was the way forward to co-create and co-produce the interventions and define who is responsible for what level of intervention. In this case was related to the network of water provision and water management. And we had individual houses which had very individual level responsibility, areas between 2 or 3 houses, which were like courtyards, which have like small neighborhoods committees that needed to be making decisions, neighborhood community paths, and public networks, which were all ways of understanding the way of making interventions and understanding different levels of responsibility. So here's where I think that right to the city is understood as a struggle to decide and plan the future of the city, particularly in these informal and vulnerable locations. And I wonder that that is also a struggle to self-construct and look into the integration of the territory. So the struggle implies a social and political impact on the part of the community before the state, which is part of a social process that we are sort of following already through negotiation and agreements and government institutions. And perhaps a key challenge that emerged during the context of COVID in terms of urban governance is the growing importance of concepts of autonomy and self-management. And maybe there is where we can achieve this level of community engagement and empowerment that we haven't achieved with the regular processes of planning, participatory planning. Where community may have a more practical approach in building local capacity for urban development. So community autonomy perhaps could be a way forward to build resilience and adaptation to the impacts of risks increasing with climate change, and how we can look into strategies that could develop and share knowledge and strengthen community organization, to position communities beyond the role of defenders of their rights. And there is where I think the right to the city theory might need to be revised. But instead of being defenders of the rights, an approach that incorporates this greater level of autonomy to respond to the growing challenges that we're confronted with and increase solutions around sustainability, equity, and social justice. So maybe these strategies could be helpful to develop further frameworks around governance that can help us. So that's it. Sorry, it's a bit random all over the place, but I think it's a way that these things could begin to connect to help us bring in together a new way of making interventions in these conflicted areas. Right. So I'll stop sharing the screen. So I don't know if anyone has any questions. Yes, Arthur.
Yes, thank you for speech. And from films, movies, Wikipedia, and other sources, we know that Pablo Escobar invested a lot of money, not only in bribing politicians and killing them, but also in the development of the improvement of Medellin. And what is your opinion on when people like Pablo make a contribution to a development? Because in Ukraine, it is still a common practice that former gangsters not only invest, but are mayors of cities, heads of local governments, and they use money as a tool to whitewash their reputation. Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, I think there's a lot of interpretation of what the improvements that Pablo Escobar did in Medellin, which are based on films and more recent films and a little bit of a romantic view of what actually happened. So yes, I think that there was definitely some investment in certain parts of the city, but I think that the level of conflict that it caused in relation to creating even more divisions, it's not comparable. So there's no way in the case of Medellin that we can say that the interventions from Pablo Escobar were in any possible way positive to improving the quality of life of the city. And that is, I'm very I think this is really important, because this romantic vision is not what we hear in the city. So everyone that is between 40, 50 years old at the moment can tell about the number of friends that they lost from their picture when they were at school, and they can say, from this class that I was in, there were all of these people who passed away, who were killed in with different bombs in the city, or with different fights in the city. So there's no way I could defend the intervention from someone like Escobar as having been positive in the case of Medellin. I don't know if the conflict that we have in Ukraine will lead to some, politically questionable investment in the city. I don't know if that will be the case, and I guess the context will be very different, and we will need to think about it when it comes. But I can only explain the experience of the city of Medellin.
Thank you.
Alexi?
Thank you, Sol. Muchas gracias y saludos a Medellin. And I have several questions. The first one is, you mentioned that cities of Latin America imported, if I may say in such terms, the experience, for example, of Barcelona or some other cities. Is it possible to speak about such successful export of approaches in urban development, and is this success or the absence of success related to some economical or cultural background of the particular region? So is it possible to export or import some approach depending on local context?
So Latin American cities have a long history of exporting ideas. So many of these cities are completely built from ideas that emerged in the north. So from scratch. I guess the success, I think, has been when these ideas are contextualized and recontextualized to the specific conditions. In the case of Medellin, I think that the innovative part of what happened, and the taking to the extreme, the social interest that the intervention had was different from the Barcelona model. It was inspired, but it was very much connected to a fabric, an urban fabric that was completely different to Barcelona. So the informal areas, the connection with transport infrastructures that were never been used for these kind of urban locations before. So there was a lot of innovation, and I think that this recontextualization of ideas is the most important. But we're still very far away in Latin America from really understanding the how can I put it, but the original ways of thinking and engaging with land and territory and environment, which we have lost over time because of these colonialist thinking around urban development.
Thank you so much. I understand your answer. And the second small question is about the role of bottom-up initiatives in Latin American cities, because as far as I understand, that you told us about some centralized policy, about the role of majors or central government, and they organized this dialogue, they launched with mechanisms of dialogue and participation. What about some initiatives which are going from local communities themselves?
Yes, so there's some mechanisms that help these local level initiatives to emerge. So there's participatory budget in Latin American cities, in many. There's different levels of it. But in the case of Medellin, but the municipality gives the communities a proportion of the income the municipality has for very specific projects. And the community also negotiates larger projects with institutions, local government institutions, like the planning department and the risk management office. So there's a level of negotiation where sometimes the participatory budget that the community has could go in line with a bigger intervention to work together somehow between communities and local authorities in the kind of planning and interventions particularly in these highly vulnerable areas. At the moment, there is a really interesting initiative which relates to the climate emergency the city declared about a year ago. And as a result, the community feels that there has been very little intervention. So the government declared a climate emergency, but they didn't do anything about it. So the community has identified 8 measures, which are the ones that are needed to be implemented to respond to this climate emergency. And these relate to interventions around water management, interventions about green infrastructure, interventions in housing, interventions in land use. So there's a number of things that very well thought from the community perspective, which are now being put to the authority for the authority to respond to. And there are legal mechanisms to bring the community and the authorities together. So if the community presents something to the authority has the obligation to respond by law.
Thank you. It's very interesting and relevant for Ukraine also. In Ukraine, we also have that participatory budgeting, but many of such projects which are proposed by local communities, they are quite related to some local backyard. So not for some issues that are relevant for the whole settlement city.
Exactly. And that has changed in Medellin as well. And I think that all this thinking about risk management as a priority is much newer. In the past, it used to be the park, the school, other kinds of interventions. But now problems that are more global and locally experienced are becoming part of the agenda of the community.
Thanks.
Yes, Kostya.
Thank you very much, Sole, for your great and extremely relevant presentation for our workshop. And my just short question with 2 sides, only about social aspect, because environmental, economic, and so on, it was really great. But about social aspect, usually many urban projects for regeneration are more socially oriented and aim at to solve problem of polarization, social special polarization of cities. And 2 sides of my question. One side, in which part of the cities new public spaces like library or that attractive public spaces you show were arranged? And the other side, what is your attitude to such ideas that to solve, for example, housing problems of poor areas, for poor neighborhoods, it's need more funding? But it's easier way to combat such polarization and to organize mix, to manage new public spaces in closer to poor areas. And for example, to manage, to organize the new library, to construct new library, or to arrange new public spaces, open, attractive, in poor area. And in this way, it guarantees some encounters of poor and wealthy people, and some kind of mixed view emerge from it. What is your attitude to such a way?
Okay, I missed a little bit of your question because it disconnected my Wi-Fi. But if I understood correctly, you're asking if it's easier to achieve these large, like public space intervention than actual housing or like the bigger needs. And I think that was the approach of social urbanism in Medellin. So the idea was, what can we do in this really complex environment where there's a high level of informality, so people who live there don't have land tenure, they don't have the rights to remain in that territory, they are in a very risk territory, they could die with a landslide. And what can we do to increase community self-esteem, to bring some more infrastructure to the area? So there's where the interventions went into these large, maybe public, more open areas for the library parks and the infrastructures. And yes, the integral urban projects that I mentioned are very much public space. So it's about creating public space that is very much the result of a lot of discussion and consultation, and children telling where they go and everything else. But there are a few examples where much more interesting perspectives were given to the improvements of informal neighborhoods and the regeneration of informal neighborhoods to formalize in a way the way of living in these areas. So those are more interesting because they relate to creating larger pathways, for example, to self-build programs in these neighborhoods to improve the housing, but that meant that whatever the community was doing to improve the conditions in the neighborhoods, they were then given the rights to remain. So they were given land tenure for their houses. So there's much more interesting negotiation there, which it's still a lot to do to think about the future, and very much creates a much stronger commitment between community and formal institutions, because communities would then need to pay for taxes to the local authority, for water services, for electricity services. So there are issues around the sort of formalization of use of space that may be contested, but there are examples of really innovative ways of thinking about that, and in the case of Medellin, and there are examples in which these very complex situations were achieved, but of course it's much harder, is much more complex, and it involves a much longer process of engagement for neighborhood improvement.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so we need to move to the last bit, which is the presentation of the cases, and Maritina has, will split three groups.
I didn't realize I was unmuted. Sorry, I was typing an answer to the Q&A box. Just because we don't have time to. I don't know if you can see my screen, because.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So after you heard us talking throughout this day, we can just move to the presentation of the activity that we'll have tomorrow, and hopefully the next 2 days you will be doing the talking with each other, and then with us, back to us. So as we mentioned at the beginning of the day, the overarching question that we are looking to address here is to start the discussion of what are the main issues that surround reconstruction and regeneration in Ukrainian cities, and also like looking at that in the context of the growing European and global challenges. So we have like identify some secondary questions to reflect on that you also shared those earlier, regarding the key challenges that will need to be confronted during and after the war in the reconstruction of urban place in Ukrainian cities. Identify how research how can the existing planning framework support a reconstruction that is based on widening participation in decision making around cities, and what are the key socio-demographic challenges that are shaping relationships and social roles in this changing environment. You will be presented and given 3 case studies of Ukrainian cities. We will split you into groups, so each group will work on 1 case study. You will be given information about this, about the condition of each case study. On that, you are called to reflect on the potential priorities and strategies needed within a specific theme of urban development, like based on the 4 themes that we have mentioned earlier. That will also consider the physical and socioeconomic and political conditions. Then you will also ask to explore processes of urban change, identify formal and informal actors that can be involved in the process of decision making, and possible pathways for the implementation of the proposed strategic solutions. And finally, to discuss drivers of overall the drivers for the post-conflict and post-war urban development and regeneration that take into consideration the broader current global challenges. In order to do so, tomorrow we will be using, as I said, you will be split in groups, and each group will have will try to balance the amount of people from both universities, your background on and year of studies, as well as your interest in themes. And you will use existing tools that we have available for online collaboration, whether that's like a shared board in Zoom or Miro, or a Google Drive document or OneDrive. That will be up to you to decide. In order for you to work together and discuss the above questions. And you should be able to collect your notes and present them, add relevant material in terms of maps, photos, and whatever references you are able to find, in order to be able to prepare a brief presentation for Friday. And also assign the task of the presenter on 1 person or 2 of the group, depending on how you would like to do it. So you will also, I will upload, we will share with you this document, so you have it available today and be able to read it and study it. And there is also a list of links that you can use as resources for your work tomorrow. You will be able to study today, and maybe at the opening of tomorrow's day, you can ask any questions at the beginning of the day. So that's on my side. I don't know, Kostya, would you like to move on with the case studies?
Yeah, and finally, last step for today. I know that we are all very tired, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. But I would like to introduce our cases with some general information, and we also disseminate among you this document, and then. If you will have some question on cases, we can discuss and use this presentation later. So as Maritina mentioned, we have chosen 3 case cities. One city, city of Irpin in Kyiv suburbia, another one, Kharkiv city, regional capital of northeastern region, and the city of Kramatorsk, typical industrial city, now on the front line. It's 3 different cases, and it's, as for me, will be extremely interesting to discuss a different approach for different cities. And briefly about every case. In every case, I would like to propose or to give brief information about this case before 2022, after 2022, and some ideas or project that elaborated on urban regeneration, urban reconstruction for these areas. In case of Irpin, we would like to propose 2 areas. One I called Irpin Victory, and another renovating public spaces. One on the city outskirts, another one in the city center. First one, Irpin Victory. Victory, why Victory? Because in Ukrainian Peremoga, it was name of brick factory, former brick factory, and all name of this neighborhood, BKZ, Bucha Brick Factory in Ukrainian. Therefore, Peremoga or Victory is really important word for now, for cities. So what's happened with this area before 2022? It was a former enterprise that was closed and without future, and some discussion what should be done with this area. One idea was proposed by master plan after a public hearing. It was idea of IT or innovation plan park. Sorry, it was put into new master plan, and after that, in 2018, it was new idea with new detailed plan to construct here 12 high-rise houses instead of IT park. And now, question: what should we do with this area? Now, you can see this picture from a regular way project. The level of destruction, and you can see really severe and total destruction of this area. Therefore, like this picture is more or less saved buildings that should be demolished, of course. And another picture how it looks now, neighboring houses, and this one, and a famous place for to make a photo for many delegation, many visitors to Ukraine, foreign leaders and so on. They usually stop here and make some photos to pay attention for such destruction. It's a local public space near this big factory forward. And now we have just one idea by architect Christian Wittig, who was involved in the reconstruction of Chile after the earthquake. And he proposed the idea how to memorialize this area instead of former mall giraffe. It was just one changed in this area of big factory. And now you can see in this picture it was destroyed. And now just one idea of memorialization this area with such memorial, new huge public space instead of a brownfield. Another case, renovating public spaces. Why double re? Because before 2022 it was reconstructed in 2016 with the central square, so-called Fontaine Square, with pedestrian street, and neighboring old city, sorry, not market, city market that was not renovated, just one part. And after 2022, it was semi-destructed. You can see mostly yellow colored. It means light destruction, but this on the top red color, it's market, city market, and now just ideas about how to deal with it. And you can see results of destruction. Most of buildings not destroyed, but semi-destructed by shelling, bombing, and so on. At the same time, some public spaces are without any damage, and they used as a public spaces as area. And you can see here a library. It was reconstructed under previous project, and now new ideas how to reconstruct this area once more. The same architect Christian Wittig proposed to have multi-level, multi-terrace public spaces near library. Another ideas concerning Freedom Square instead of Market Square, with different architects involved in this project. This you can see destroyed market, and now idea about green public spaces or different idea from Ukrainian architect companies, architect teams with different approach. And I hope we'll discuss what is the best way to deal with this area, to preserve previous one or to renovate this area. And relevantly, the second city, Kharkiv, regional capital city, also we propose two cases. Here, one in the city center, so-called Kharkiv's heart, really heart of the city, with the main square, with the main activities, main public space of the city. And another one, northern Saltivka, mass housing area that was more dramatically destroyed under this war. You can see these two pictures that show share of destruction or damaged by the war of cultural heritage at the left side and housing at the right side. You can see this central part really with the half of all destroyed or damaged cultural heritage objects are located in the city center in Kharkiv's heart. At the same time here, you can see the small neighborhood is high densely populated population, northern Saltivka housing area. So Kharkiv's heart. Before 2022, it was Freedom Square and two main streets, Sumska, Mironositska, with main concentration of cultural heritage. It was decommunized in 2014, and I showed what does it mean, and last reconstruction just in 2019. What does it mean, reconstruction? Goodbye Lenin. It was many discussion, what should we do with this huge monument of Lenin, how to cut off it, and finally it was rejected from this area and with new fence. And it was discussion what was the next step. What will be with this huge square open public space? And it was realized in 2019, new project of reconstruction of the main square with constructivist masterpieces from 2030s, and the new huge public spaces with Fontaine Square, the same as European, also the same idea. The main fontaine is the main public space. But what happened after 2022, you can see this map of cultural heritage object that was destroyed or damaged. The main concentration on these two neighboring streets, Sumska and Mironositska. The main concentration, and some of them historical buildings, others buildings of the main Kharkiv University, and so some buildings was destroyed essentially. And also very interesting thing, as for me, on the square, some kind of symbolic destruction. On March, or on the 1st of March 2014, firstly, Russian flag was raised on the building of Kharkiv Regional State Administration on this main square, just for a few hours by Russian guy. And at the same day, Russian president gave permission to use, and parliament give permission to use army of the Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine. And at the same day, March 1st, 2022, this area was shelled by Russian forces, and this administration was destroyed dramatically. And now question, what should we do with this main building of the regional administration? And here you can see one of buildings of Kharkiv University, economic faculty of Kharkiv University. This state means that this building is no more in use. So what is the main idea of reconstruction? Norman Foster company was involved into this project, and Foster proposed his so-called the Kharkiv Manifesto with 5 projects at the core of Kharkiv Reconstruction Master Plan. It includes important for these areas. One, the heritage project, a new architectural landmark in the city center. What it will be, I don't know, but this is the idea to put some new landmark for this area. And another one important, the science neighborhood project, idea that great potential of university should be used to develop maybe central or another part of the city. And at the same time, a famous urban researcher, urban scholar Edward Glaser with Jana Golden proposed their vision of urban rebirth of city of Kharkiv, and one of the key ideas the same, the Kharkiv University Cluster. Therefore, let's think this idea, what is the role of main public spaces, new landmarks, and at the same time, university cluster or science neighborhood ideas. And here are some proposals by architects how this destroyed building should be renovated. All of these ideas a bit strange, but we have just these proposals. And fourth case is North and Saltivka mass house. Before 2022, it was huge mass house in neighborhood constructed in the late 80s, early 90s, with around 300,000 dwellers. It's really a bedroom community with huge commuting area to another other city parts. And after 2022, it was the most dramatically destroyed area because very close to the border and very close to Russian armies that try to invade into city of Kharkiv. And if you look on this area of Saltivka and Kyiv region of city of Kharkiv, you can see this small area with the highest number of destroyed houses in comparison with another part. And we have just one proposal by Ego House Architects company, how to renovate this area with this nice pictures. It will be a new public center with public spaces. It was really not enough for this area earlier. And such picture of this new housing construction instead of former panel building. And also a question, is it possible and how it will be done to cut off, to demolish such huge area and how to reconstruct? Let's think, let's discuss, and who will be involved in this process, what are the main stakeholders, also questions. And the third one, city of Kramatorsk, frontline city and industrial city at the same time. And we propose 2 case areas. One, Old Town Kramatorsk. It's not city center, but former city center from 19th century and especially in the early 20th century. And another one, Palace Street. So-called palace means really palace, but palace of plant, palace for culture. One situated here near railway station, but city center now relocated to this part. And another one is the main street of so-called Sotsgorod, Sotsmisto, socialist city, constructed in socialist time, as most of socialist cities, the same approaches with ordinary standardized building, but with huge square, with main palace on the square, and behind this palace, this street. Concerning Old Town Kramatorsk, before 2022, in 1925, firstly, it was idea to construct city garden, area for workers of the plant, and it was realized in 30s, not completely city garden, but with really huge green spaces and nice constructivist buildings from 30s. With diversity of public spaces and with preserved local practices till now. And also very interesting situation with this area because of lower quality of housing and lower prices for rent to apartments. It means that more poor IDPs prefer to stay here, to accommodate here, because it was more affordable for them. Therefore, it was a bit higher concentration of IDPs in this area. Also, you can see such interesting places like Star or Round Square that was constructed with really green spaces, you can see, and with locals who sit here, who communicate. And it has some signs from Soviet time as a local public space. Another, for example, Metallurgist Boulevard, very nice boulevard. But if you look on building houses aside, it's not so nice as just as a street. And here you can see one example of local practices. It's really community. And dwellers from neighboring houses go inside to such backyards and see, to communicate, to drink coffee. We observed such practices. It was really funny. I would like to stay there and look, oh, it's so nice practices, so nice communication in between locals. And some examples of constructivism. It was the main square before Second World War of city of Kramatorsk, with a huge palace devoted to Lenin Alley, and then to famous artist in Ukraine. And now this square is empty with cut down monument to Lenin. And near a very interesting place for memorialization of the war with such vehicle, military vehicle. But when there was discussion in the city where we should organize such monument, it was decided it will be a disturbances for city area devoted to these disturbances. I mean, monument to Second World War, monument to Afghan War, monument to Chernobyl disaster, and so on. And new monument also at the same square, and not far from this constructivist palace, the same monument, new monument, but it really is some place of communication of militaries. They meet each other here also. And after 2022, it was the destruction of this area, first of all, because of industrial zone, of enterprise, but neighboring schools, kindergarten, and houses also damaged from this destruction, like this one. And no ideas about reconstruction. No project that was proposed. First of all, because of frontline, and another because not so huge scales of destruction. And final case 6, Palace Street. Before 2022, it was main street of Misto, this neighborhood, with public space, transport, not pedestrian. Why Palace, or in Ukrainian Dvirtseva Street. It was also discussion why used Russian term Dvorets, because in Ukraine, Palats the same. Question of language, and it was palace of the huge enterprise, huge plant city in the city. It's really, but it's another story about this enterprise plant, because it was also very interesting planning approach to organize it. And this area was center of occupation in April, from April to July 2014, and also it was shelling in 2015, even after liberation of this area. And very interesting, on the end of the street, it was new housing construction, just one area for all city that was where was decided to construct new houses, including houses for IDPs. You can see this palace, grand palace for workers, and behind it, just behind this palace, you can see this street, ordinary street, of the honesty. And with temporary monument, how many more people must die with the missile, after missile attack in 2015. It was a very interesting case of this temporary monument because it disappeared just before 2022. And I asked my mayor where this monument and why it was removed from another place. He explained that it was really temporary and this glass was not for temperature change. It's one explanation, but another explanation, maybe it was some deliberate destruction of this monument, maybe by separatists or somebody else. And you can see these cranes on the area and the new housing construction at the end of the street. But after 2022, we can be witnesses of destruction of this area, mostly of housing stock. For example, this area, I was just before in summertime, before full-on stage of the war, and made photo of this area, and the same area was burned because of missile attack on this street. And also for this did no ideas what should we do. Maybe it will be just renovated, some building refurbishment, and that's all. Let's think what should be done with such area. Just ordinary area, main street, but ordinary main street. So that's all, and also relevant links. I will share this presentation with all of you, and please then maybe you can vote for these cases and to put some priorities, or maybe we will divide you for our own. We will see.
We'll see on how many groups we'll end up having per case study. I have uploaded both the workshop activity PDF and the case studies PDF on the chat. Hopefully everyone has been able to download it by now. Maybe you can give me some thumbs up or let us know if you have any issues.
You uploaded them to the chat, Maritina. I didn't see them, but I can't see them in the chat myself, but I don't know, maybe. Are they on the chat, did you say?
Yes, they are. The last 4 maybe texts are about that.
Yeah, they are in the chat.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, you can see some thumbs up. If you have any issues accessing those documents, please let me know and I can email them to you. But if you're not reacting, I'm taking it as as done, task completed. All right.
Just to say that I think, as we said at the beginning, this is almost like an ideas discussion. Yeah. So we're trying to identify what are the key priorities and how we should try to develop a framework that helps us thinking about this reconstruction. So I think it's really important to have your opinions, your thoughts. So the very first instance on this collaboration was to open up these questions to all of you as students. So I think it's really, really important that we don't expect to have, framed or finished proposals by the end of the week. But I think it's key to highlight that whatever you come with at the end of the week, it will be part of the driving of our research forward. So with you, hopefully, so you could continue involved. But even if you're moving away to your courses and programs and you don't have the time or the interest to continue involved, I think your ideas will really influence the way we start framing and thinking about these questions that we're proposing. So, yeah.
I don't know if anyone has any other question. Konstantin, Alexei, do you have any final notes before we finish for the day?
I think the main sentence should be thank you for your patience. And tomorrow we will meet and continue our discussions.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I hope you found all this kind of breadth of ideas and experiences helpful to at least get inspired to start looking at the case studies. Maritina will set the groups, and you'll have like the Zoom links. Is that right?
So everyone, it would be great if you sign up tomorrow again at the same time, 10 o'clock Edinburgh, 12 o'clock Ukraine time, because I don't know where you're joining from exactly. Yeah, well, if in the meantime you have any questions, we can address them in the morning. Alexei will be present as well. And we'll split you into groups, and you'll be divided into Zoom rooms, so you will be able to work together. Yeah, I think that's it for today. Thanks everyone for the contributions. Thank you for everyone for your questions and your comments. And yeah, take the rest of the day to kind of digest all of the ideas, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.